I am in a
How
different.
old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
Okay. So,
but I'm at a different stage of life. Sorry to interrupt, but
No.
my kids go to the schools, and I'm heavily invested in my home,
Yeah.
and so it's just a different stage.
And are you working in a career as well?
So I started my career is unique. I take pride in being someone who takes my own path. I was an investment banker out of Dartmouth College. I graduated from Dartmouth and joined Solomon Smith Barney, which became Citigroup, as an investment banker. And 4 or 5 years into that career, I started my own asset management company, and was, we were successful in building something that helped a lot of banks raise capital and helped investors achieve their returns. And I sold out of that, and you're going to laugh, Lisa, but one of my dreams in life was always to be a singer-songwriter. So in my 30s...
I'm not going to laugh. I'm on the radio.
Thank you. We have a lot in common. I embarked on an unusual choice as a 31-year-old to start performing around New York City. I had a guitar in a diner, and then it became... I like to say I had modest successes as a performer, but I ended up headlining places like Joe's Pub in New York and B.B. King's, and I have some songs in movies. It was something I always needed to do for myself, but the arts are very important to me, which is, as I said, another reason why Westport seemed like a perfect
Mark
place.
Shanahan is on in the next hour.
Oh, wow. Mark and I are good friends from New York, and I go to his staged readings on a monthly basis.
He's wonderful. He's a regular on the show.
I kind of want to hang out and see him now.
Yeah.
But so Westport
coming
was
in? No, he's on the phone.
Okay, Westport was a perfect fit, and my wife's an actor as well. But like I said, I got involved in politics, and I didn't like what I saw all the time. I do feel that we are at an inflection point in the evolution of the town. This happens. This is the natural evolution of towns. In the 1950s, we were an artist colony that quickly got invaded by the ad execs, marketing execs from New York City, kind of Mad Men style. And there were growing pains then, too. I think we're at one of those points now, too, where we have a whole new group of residents that are on the younger side.
But what's your vision for the town? Because I got here in 1989, and I got on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I was around 31 years old. The next oldest person was in their late 50s.
Mm-hmm.
So I always was, maybe like you a little bit, but even much younger, interested in town politics, but unusual for my generation, and that most of my generation wasn't caring about it.
Right.
So, but I am caring about it. So what do you think of the values of this group of people that you're identifying with? What are they? Are they to keep our town looking beautiful? Because a lot of people have criticized some of the architectural choices. Not that they're yours necessarily. You're buying a spec house that was built by somebody else.
Well, I bought an older home, actually.
Well, that's even cooler. But a lot of homes are not. The older homes, as you know, are being torn down and being rebuilt by these mini hotels.
Right, and they all look the same, yeah.
They're not attractive.
Right.
From the outside. Maybe stunning on the inside.
Very clinical, beautiful, but perhaps clinical at times.
What's your vision for the town of Westport?
Well, I do think we need to respect our past. I mean, what got us here, and that rich cultural history is very important. And I'm an appointed member of the Westport Arts Advisory Committee for the last 3+ years.
That's cool.
And that's helped me kind of embed myself with a lot of the people who've been here for decades.
That's wonderful.
Some of the local legends. And one of our jobs in the Westport Arts Advisory is to put in sculptures from local artists around the passive parks in town.
I know you have this new swan thingy.
Yeah,
right
the
by
egrets. The
egrets.
Yeah,
Very pretty.
That's really good one.
Very
but
pretty.
I've met a lot of the artists who've been here for decades. I've hung out with a lot of them. I go to the senior center to see the talks. Unfortunately, I'm maybe the only person of the Newtown arrivals that does that kind of thing. I'm also possibly the only person who goes to the Playhouse on a regular basis of the Newtown arrivals. That bothers me. We have tremendous history, tremendous assets, and I'm confident because of how I've spent my time. So essentially, outside my children, I've spent 100% of my time in the last 5 years getting to know everyone in the community. And like I said, I want to be that bridge. I'm confident I can be that bridge between what got us here and where we're going. I don't think we're that different. I think we do all want to respect our past, and we have shared ideals for the future. I think we should respect our architecture, for example, like you said. Preserve what we can. I mean, clearly this new group of folks from New York, a lot of them, they may have desires for more development, but it has to be measured. I regret one thing I've noticed, and I don't want to be controversial, but We were at 5,000-year historical lows at interest rates 10, 15 years ago, and we had this huge capital plan all of a sudden over the next 5, 10 years of $300 to $500 million. And I can't look back, but I do feel we had a missed opportunity about 10, 15 years ago to maybe build a new long lots then, and perhaps do some other of the big capital projects. We kept the mill rate the same, and that's a good thing. The taxes in Westport are very attractive, but we have a lot to do, and not just the big capital projects, but we have to just keep up with our infrastructure as well, and our bridges and our roads. And there is a demand for that because we have more cars on the road. We have more people coming in, and it's going to be a very interesting next
David,
few
I have
years.
so many things to discuss with you.
Okay, maybe you can teach me a lot too, Lisa.
Well, I think you're an open-minded guy. I bet you could teach me too. David Rosenrax is here, and he's raised his hand. He is a current member of the RTM. He's in town in Westport for 5 years, and he wants to serve and become first selectman. David, Don O'Day was chosen with Andrea Moore, who's the incumbent Republican. Jen Tooker is not running again for another term. So Don O'Day, who was not a registered Republican, but maybe he is now. In any event, he's the Republican choice. He's running as an endorsed Republican with Andrea Moore. And then we have Kevin Christie, who is running, who's on the Board of Ed, and he's running as a Democrat with Amy Wistrick, who just left her P&Z position in order to run as first selectman. So the Democrats and the Republicans know who they want. Number one, in what way are you running? Are you running with an endorsement of any other party?
So this is the first time in Westport's history that I will be a third-party candidate appearing on top of the ballot. I will be endorsed by the Independent Party of Connecticut.
And you're on top of the ballot. Why?
I got enough signatures for the Independent Party to.
But you're literally the first one on the ballot?
Well, no. Instead of
okay.
so, and to be clear, any other third-party candidate in Westport's history has been a petitioning candidate on the bottom of the ballot. So, on the upper portion of the ballot, there'll be 3 names.
Oh, I see.
Right.
And so you do have the endorsement of the Independent
So they
Party.
will be this is good timing. They will be issuing a statewide press release either tomorrow or the next day that they unanimously endorsed me at their convention a couple weeks ago.
All right. So you're running as an independent. Tell us why you feel the other two parties, the other two people running at the top of the ticket, are not as good as you are. What's your beef?
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that bothers me about some of the inaction I see in town, we've been talking about downtown parking for 40 years with little results as an example. And
because I don't think the problem is that bad. So you and I can go at it.
Well, we should. There's a bunch of things like traffic. I see a lot of finger pointing. I do think even in my nonpartisan RTM, party politics does invade our decision making sometime. I don't think town parking or a town green should be a partisan issue. Local politics, I think we need to remind each other that we're all on the same team. And I guess what I'm trying to tell you is I don't really like what I've seen in terms of how party politics invades our decision making. The Independent Party is attractive to me in the sense that my message is pure. The two of their main points is that it's consensus building and common sense problem solving. And I don't think really anyone can argue with either one of those.
Well, is there anything about the record of any one of the people you're running against that you want to point up and say that was a decision this person made that I would not have made the same way?
Well, listen, there's a few reasons. There's a lot of people that were pushing me to get involved in the race. And I respect both of my the other tickets. I think they've both done great things. And I also want to say what got me here, why I'm able to do this at this stage in 5 years, is that I have learned a lot from people who served the town for decades. By talking to these people all the time, I've learned about the history. I've learned how we got here. There is a problem with a lack of transparency in town and a lack of due process. There was a 14-hour town hall meeting a number of months ago where 100 Staples students showed up to defend their coach. And those 100 students never got a chance to speak. To me, that's a real problem. I have a number of those students who signed my petition. They feel very disillusioned, whether they call themselves Democrats or they grew up in Republican households. They're already at age 17, 18, 19. If they signed my petition, they'd be 18. But they were very disheartened by not even getting a chance to speak. It's important to to take a stance. Not everyone on the Board of Education took a stance that day. And that's when people started
calling me. Are you
calling
specifically talking about the fact that Kevin Christie recused himself from decision-making?
No, I guess you're asking the tough questions, so I'm giving you the tough answer. Yeah, he did. And I guess a bunch of people didn't like that, so a lot of people started calling me saying that I should maybe get in the race. I think it's important to take stances if you're going to be the leader of a town. And so my view is that if kids show up, you should let them speak. And then if you're on a board, you have to take a stance.
What would have been the role if you were first selectman in that particular controversy?
So the one thing I think the first selectman can do, because, we have a $250 million budget approximately, and the first selectman really covers a lot of the budget that doesn't have to do with the Board of Education. But the first selectman, as the leader of the town, can opine on things, can maybe write op-eds, maybe...
Well, do you think it is the role or the position? Is it something that you would do?
It was something that I would do.
You would have done something.
I would express my view, and I truly believe that due process and a town where information is flowing and everything is transparent is instrumental in making sure that everyone in town feels valued. I am talking to the world. My message is that I will talk to all sides of every issue, and I'm doing that. Whether it's the Hamlet, we can talk about that, or it's the coaching.
Well, let's talk about long lots.
Yeah.
Because you opened with talking about your kids and the overcrowding at long lots. There seemed to have been a consensus, not completely unanimously agreed on, but a consensus, it seemed to me, that long lots was tired and that the solution to long lots was a new school as opposed to a refurbishing of the old school. And that's a lot of money for the town. It's going to be the biggest project I think the town has ever carried since Staples High School. Yeah, it's an enormous amount of money for an elementary school. And while it may seem to you in your bubble that there will be an endless supply of little kids, I can tell you, looking 35 years back, that it's always a curve. It's always going up and down. Yeah. So, but okay, if the town makes a commitment to a brand new state-of-the-art elementary school, there was a lot of criticism about these gardens, which have been adjacent, well-established, old growth now, and are summarily being destroyed. Do you think that that was a good decision to do that, David Rosenwax? What do you think about that?
No, I think that situation could have been handled much better. I come from a family of gardeners. I visited the garden and the leadership of the garden multiple times. I've gone on personal tours with the head of the garden on 3 different occasions. I know about the migratory birds, the walnuts, and the periphery and how it helps with flooding, and I appreciate it. I mean, in an ideal world, you'd put up a barrier, you'd help them build their own driveway, and you keep the garden there, and you have 2 separate lots. I'm just going to say that right out. I don't think the intention was ever to have the garden on the premises. They were tantalized with it in the 824, and the whole thing became a mess. And I'd also argue if we hadn't done that and just had an honest conversation at the very beginning, the school would be a year built already. We'd be into the process. So this is another example of stuff that I've seen that I don't like, and the thing about it is it's not just me, and this is what bothers me the most. Anyone who's been to one of these meetings sees how it goes down, and it bothers them. And a lot of people, when they go to an RTM meeting or another meeting, they say, I'll never do that again. That's similar to what I was saying about those kids who weren't heard. I want to live here for many years. Like I said, I'm fully invested in terms of being in the schools, my home. I want what's best for my family, my wife, my kids, my neighbors. And it's a problem if people show up to a meeting and they feel like there's no due process or no transparency. This is why I'm doing this. This is at the heart of what I'm trying to do. I can tell you both parties are not very big fans of David Rosenwax at the moment. But the people seem to like this idea because an independent who comes in and answers only to Westport and no party's going to tell me what to do. Like I said, the independent party, they're endorsing or cross-endorsing about 40 or so candidates around Connecticut right now. This is a movement. I think the majority right now are Democrat, actually.
Do you have an affiliation in your personal life? Are you an affiliated Democrat or Republican yourself?
So I was an independent. I come from a more conservative household growing up.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in New York City for the most part, and in Southern Virginia, grades 1 through 5.
Okay.
And then moved to New York City in 6th grade. My dad's an immigrant from Israel. And
Shalom Baruch Haba.
Oh, Todah. So but But my politics are interesting in the sense that I've been an independent or an unaffiliated 25 plus years as an adult. I lived in a world of high finance where people had too much money, and then I lived in a world of people living gig to gig. So my politics shifted, I think, more Democrat over the years, although when it comes to security, I may look like a Republican. I don't fit into any category. I do believe the police should be able to do their job, but I also think, obviously, if a policeman isn't doing his job well, he needs to be punished. But I do think I don't fall into one category. I'm pro-environment, but I'm also pro-police. I was a Democrat, full disclosure, for the last year until very recently. Okay.
So now you are an unaffiliated voter, or you're affiliated with the Independent Party, actually.
I've become an independent, and the Independent Party believes that I'm going to win. They believe if this is going to happen, it's going to happen in a town like Westport, where I truly believe 80% of the town resides in the middle, whether they call themselves Democrat or Republican. And the feedback I get, given the national chaos in government, is that none of that should invade our decision.
So, David Rosenwax, are you running with the second selectman?
So this is an interesting question. I'm running solo.
And what would that mean in terms of the governing board of 3 selectmen?
So as the town clerk and town attorney read it, per the town charter, the runner-up ticket would be my second and third.
Oh, the whole ticket? The
whole ticket. Having said that, some of my friends and other smart people that I know think possibly it'd be the runner-up would be my second, and the second runner-up would be my third, the first selectman candidate.
They'll argue about it. It should only happen from your point of view.
So I guess either way, here's what I'll say. If the runner-up ticket is my second and third, I'm willing to work with either party. I respect both entities.
Okay.
If it happens to be the runner-up and the second runner-up, you can't have a more perfect union. An independent, a Democrat, and a Republican going into every conversation with an open mind. I mean, the government's for the people. Can you imagine if we go into every decision-making process not knowing what the result's going to be beforehand?
Well, especially if you're the ultimate decision maker.
Well, no, and ultimately, as I said in a lot of the press releases so far, thank you for reminding me, leadership, I do believe, starts from the top. And
we're chatting with David Rosenwax. David, if people want to reach you and know more about you, do you have a website?
Yes, davidrosenwax2025.com.
ROSENWAKS.
WAKS 2025. We have an Instagram and a Facebook as well. And our first newsletter is going to go out in a couple of days as well, in concert with this press release that's coming out across the state.
Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Thank you so
much
for
spending time here. David Rosenwax, running as an independent for first selectman in Westport. We'll get to know you more throughout the fall. Good luck in the campaign.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 3rd. On this day in 1995, internet giant eBay was founded.
I really started eBay because I wanted to create a place where individuals or regular people could do business with one another in an efficient market.
But I bought on eBay.
In 2009, 2.5 billion people watched the funeral of Michael Jackson.
We want to thank you all for loving my brother and supporting our family. Thank you and good night.
On this day in 1989, the #1 movie at the box office was John Candy in Uncle Buck.
Where do you live?
The city.
You have a house?
Apartment.
What do you do for a living?
Lots of things.
What's your wife?
Don't have one.
How come?
It's a long story.
Do you have kids?
No, I don't.
How come?
It's an even longer story.
September 3rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse called today for more transparency.
This is a crime. that, by our Justice Department's own admission, has 1,000 victims.
They and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want the release of all of the documents in the case. CBS's Scott McFarland reports the latest release last night didn't go nearly far enough.
Yeah, one estimate that was given by one of the congressmen who spoke, Ro Khanna of California, was that what was released is roughly 1% of what the federal government may have on Jeffrey Epstein. You saw the front-facing documents from the Department of Justice, the things they filed in court. When the Department of Justice or any prosecutor goes to court, they're submitting a fraction of what they have as part of their investigation. These survivors, their attorneys, these members of Congress want all of it put in the public domain.
President Trump hosted Poland's president today, and the White House later said Trump will speak with Ukraine's president tomorrow about ending the war with Russia.
What a mess. What a bloody mess. It's going to get done one way or the other.
Russian President Putin said today he'd be willing to meet with President Zelensky in Moscow. Putin was in China for President Xi's military parade marking the 80th anniversary at the end of World War II. It was also designed in part to send a message to Washington, as Anna Corin reports.
This spectacle was more than just commemorating the war dead. It was an opportunity for Xi to take centre stage, flanked by his powerful allies and neighbours. And the message was undeniable: strength in solidarity and a challenge to the US-dominated world order.
The U.S. strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean yesterday has raised questions about whether the U.S. goal in Venezuela is regime change. CBS's Charlie Daggett is at the Pentagon.
President Trump called this the first strike, and I think it's important to listen to the president, because a lot of what's going on here, including putting that video out, it's about messaging. It's about sending a message to Venezuela itself, but also to drug traffickers in that region. He said there's more to come.
A New York judge will allow DNA evidence obtained through advanced techniques to be introduced into a Long Island murder trial. CBS's Jennifer McLogan.
The judge is allowing hair DNA to be used as evidence in this Gilgo Beach serial killer case. If it ever goes to trial, this will be precedent-setting in New York State courts.
Rex Heuermann, a 61-year-old architect, is charged in the deaths of 7 women in a series of killings that prosecutors say spanned decades. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Nasdaq is higher by 136. The Dow is lower. This is CBS.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The DCF has a new commissioner. Susan Hamilton is now the interim commissioner at the State Department of Children and Families. She takes the place of Jody Hill Lilly, who retired on Monday. This change in leadership comes as DCF has had an increased amount of scrutiny on their policies and procedures following the tragic story of the Waterbury man who allegedly was held captive in his home for over 20 years. Shelton Republican State Senator Jason Perillo recently met with DCF officials to discuss the case.
DCF is just so heavily scrutinized, and they ought to be, right? Like, they're entrusted with the safety of Connecticut's children.
Hamilton previously served as DCF commissioner from 2007 to 2011 and has most recently been the department's general counsel. Governor Ned Lamont said her extensive experience makes Hamilton ready to step immediately in as commissioner. A committee to help find a new superintendent of schools in Stamford was scheduled to meet today. The team had planned to discuss finding a search firm that will help find a suitable replacement for the current superintendent, Dr. Tamu Lucero, who is set to leave at the end of the school year. The committee will review submissions, conduct interviews, and recommend a finalist to the Board of Education no later than November. Early voting has begun in Connecticut. It began yesterday and will go through Sunday. The traditional primary election day is Tuesday, September 9th, with polls open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are races for municipal offices in various communities statewide. Voters must be registered with a political party in order to vote in the primary. The deadline to affiliate in person at a local registrar's office is 12 noon next Monday. And the nightclub Shrine has closed at Foxwoods Resort Casino after operating for over 17 years. The entertainment group that ran Shrine has also announced that the restaurant Red Lantern at Foxwoods is also closed. Shrine opened in 2008, and Red Lantern began operating in 2013. It's unclear what will be brought in to occupy the spaces that have been left vacant by the closures. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, remains of a vehicle fire between exit 50 and exit 46 in Woodbridge. Stay right to get around it. On the Merritt Parkway, northbound roadwork, exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike, and again from new exit 36 going over the bridge towards exit 38. On 95 northbound, more road work, exit 21 through 23. Stay left to get through. And on Super 7 northbound, you got road work coming off 84 going towards Federal Road, taking the left side. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As Chris just told us there in the news, and you've been hearing over the past few days right here on WICC, it's primary day coming up next week, this coming Tuesday, September the 9th. Not a lot of primaries in the state, but of course, we all know what primaries are, right? A primary election to pick a nominee. And usually in Connecticut, you have to be, in fact, by state law, You have to be a member. You've got to be more than likely, and I don't think there are primaries anywhere else in the country where it's not a Democrat or Republican situation. But, in Connecticut, you have to be a registered Republican or a registered Democrat. We don't have open primaries. Now, some states have open primaries where you can vote in a primary even if you are not registered to that party. In some states, it varies by state. Some states you can vote in both primaries. Some states you can only vote in one. You have to pick. But Connecticut has closed primaries. Should that change? Now, people say, well, I would never register with a party. And maybe those people are being left out of part of a process that's really important to who we pick to lead us. And that's one reason why I registered with a party. I became a registered Republican, about 10, 15, 20 years ago. I forget. No, I know what it was. It was 2010. Because or 2009 or whatever, because prior to that, I had never been a registered Republican or Democrat because I didn't feel that I wanted to. I said, well, let's see who the nominees are. And I'll come out and vote for one of the two, A or B, Republican or Democrat, whatever. And then I went to work for a couple of campaigns. And obviously, if you're working for a campaign and you want to vote for the person you're working for, be nice to be registered. So I registered right before the primaries of the 2010 cycle. All right. And I know a lot of people are registered, a lot of people are not. Some people prefer it that way, but should we have open primaries? See, there's one of two ways you could look at this. You could either compel someone to register or say, hey, you don't have to register, but you got to pick one primary or another. And again, different states do it different ways. Now, there are arguments for and against doing this. The argument for it is, hey, it gets more people involved in the process. And for scenarios like, cities and towns like, especially like Bridgeport, where there's allegations at least of a lot of funny business going around and the primaries are very low turnout, why not make it so people on a state level, this would have to come down from the state and not from individual cities or towns like Bridgeport or Fairfield or Hartford or New Haven or whatever. Why not make it so we have open primaries here in this state? Again, different states do it different ways. But I'm starting to think that open primaries may be the way to go here, or basically allowing you once in a primary cycle, either, maybe, because most states that have open primaries, I think, do it, once here. But my thinking has really evolved on this, as it has evolved on, say, term limits. I used to be a staunch anti-term limit guy. Then when I found a bunch of 80 and 90-year-olds being reelected, then I became a term limit guy again. Then I backed away from it again, and now I'm back there. I'm starting to become, and I never was an open primary person, because the argument against an open primary is, well, somebody from the other side could round up enough votes to basically vote for somebody who might be easier for their side to defeat. It's what was called at one time Operation Chaos. But maybe we need a little chaos. Maybe witnessing what's happening in the White House now with the guy in the White House, how he's flipping over tables and maybe getting a few things done here and there that would never have gotten done before. Why don't we extend that to primaries? So our question of the day right here, check it out, Voice of CT on Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Now, Connecticut's primary day is coming up September 9th. Should the state move to open primaries, allowing unaffiliated voters to vote? What's wrong with that? Maybe if more people, see, because there's a theory here. And if you have the same stupid, I shouldn't say that, the same, oops, let me take that back. If you have the same, shall we say, non-inquisitive, is that a good way to put it? I guess. If you have the same kind of non-inquisitive people who will just vote for somebody in a primary before they, because they recognize their name, is that any way to elect new people? Or is it better maybe to have some people from outside the party say, hey, I hate this guy, so I'll vote for this guy? I know it sounds weird. But what do you think of that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Primaries. Now, I am registered with a party because after a while it became fun to vote in the primaries. Now, there are some people that say, well, if you're not registered with one party or the other, you're half a voter. I don't like that. As long as you vote in the general election. I get it. I understand it. But again, primary day is set for September 9th in and about the state. There are some primaries, not a whole lot of them. Should the state move to allow open primaries, which would allow non-party members to vote, right? I think that, well, Paul, that would cause chaos. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Are things working so well right now that a little chaos wouldn't spice things up? And have you ever voted in a primary? Do you vote in a primary? You don't have to tell me what party. You don't have to tell me who you voted for. But have you, for some reason, in some way, shape, or form, stayed away from the primary thing? And have you thought about, well, maybe I shouldn't do that? So with primary day coming up next Tuesday, the 9th of September, 2025, I ask you, should we go to open primaries in the state? Come back, talk more about that right here on WICC.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, remains of a vehicle fire between exit 50 and exit 46 in Woodbridge. Stay right to get around it. On the Merritt Parkway, northbound road work, exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike, and again from new exit 36 going over the bridge towards exit 38. On 95 northbound, more road work, exit 21 through 23. Stay left to get through. And on Super 7 northbound, you got road work coming off 84 going towards Federal Road, taking the left side. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
That's 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just, before I cracked the mic open here, I was thinking about, before the show began, listening to Chris's news there, and I wanted to dive into this. It's primary day coming up this coming Tuesday, a week from yesterday, on September the 10th next week. There are a limited amount of primaries, not too many of them around the state. This is a municipal year, so no, there are no federal or statewide elections yet. Those come next year. Will we see primaries? I don't know. But we have closed primaries in the state. In other words, we have a long tradition here, and I think there was a movement to maybe re-examine that a few years ago, in which people were starting to say, hey, what about opening up these primaries? So again, if you are a registered Democrat or a registered Republican, of course, you would be allowed automatically by the virtue of your party registration to vote in the primaries. But should non-affiliated voters be allowed to vote in them? And you say, well, what difference would it make? Well, I'll tell you exactly what difference it would it make. And I hate to keep pointing back to this, but I have to. Again, this was back in 2022, so it's over 3 years ago. But on August 9th of 2022 or August 8th, you remember that Leora Levy won a U.S. Senate primary. It was a multi-candidate primary, but it was a closed Republican primary, and the hardcore Republican Trump flank in this state. And again, I don't fault them for that, for being, a supporter of the president. That's neither here nor there. But they went ahead and they selected Leora Levy over Themis Claridis, who was the Republican-endorsed candidate. So you ask yourself, and I remember asking maybe out loud back then, back on the day after that primary in August of 2022, what if this was an open primary? What if you had maybe a lot of women voters who said, well, listen, I don't want to vote for Leora Levy, but I do think Themis Claridis, they could have said at the time, was a lot more moderate than Mrs. Levy. And again, this is all, whenever I judge these people, it's not personal. I don't care what kind of a mother, grandmother, grandfather, father they are. That's not the issue here. But, for example, was the Leora Levy, Themis Claridis, and I think Peter Lumaj was involved in that, whatever, one of the, perennial candidates out there. Love Peter, but come on, please. And I don't besmirch anybody who wants to run. But again, the Republican Party in this state seems to have these people who run every time and never win. After a while, you've got to win. And maybe is the path to winning, and for both the Republicans and on the Democratic side, is the path to winning open primaries. Because if you have just primary voters and just delegates, convention voters and primary voters, who are locked in to say, I'm never voting for him, or I'm never voting for her, or I'm always voting for him, or I'm always voting for her, then the process doesn't move forward. Then the process becomes, I don't know, it becomes like warm-up pitches for a pitcher. They all look the same and they don't count. So again, and I know why Mrs. Levy won. I'm not that dumb. She got the Trump endorsement. That was the big point for her campaign. All right. And everybody knew she had no shot against Dick Blumenthal. None. And yet, for some reason, everybody would bitch and moan, well, Themis Claridis she's married to the guy from Eversource. So what? Who cares? I kept saying on the run-up to that, who the freak cares? And maybe if we had an open primary there, and maybe if we didn't have such, excuse me for the term here, but some of these Neanderthal Republican voters, of which I'm a member of the party, I consider myself a little more progressive than some of those people. But again, unless you allow some new blood, some new thinking into a party, you're just going to get the same thing over and over and over again. So I'm all for it. Why not have open primaries here? Because remember, the primary voters in this state, especially on the Republican side, haven't done real well. Leora Levy a few years ago. And remember, because I'm not going to let you Republicans forget this, Bob Stefanowski over Mark Boughton, the current tax commissioner. How did that work out? And I don't think I was on the air here. I was on another station before I came here. In fact, several more. And I said, vote for Mark Boughton. He's the best mayor in the state. He's got a lot of challenges in Danbury, and he handles them pretty well. Bowden will make a perfect governor. No, I have nothing against Bob Stefanowski. I have nothing against people who are given a job and they take a job or win an election because the voters voted for him. But sometimes the closed primary voters in this state, both Democrat and Republican, a lot of times they're not real smart. So I know it's it's not going to happen for next week, obviously, and maybe it won't happen for years. But as we gingerly tap dance and tiptoe our way, I should say, toward a primary day next week, let's consider open primaries. Let's do that. Let's do that. Well, the other side they could just vote for the person that's more likely to lose. Well, in the Republican Party, they all lose. I mean, look, I know there may be people listening to me going, geez, Paul, you're killing us. I'm killing us because every so often it'd be nice to win. How about winning? Oh, we played a great game. Oh, we we stuck to our principles, and we lost. Need I remind you, Bob Stefanowski, 0 for 2. Tom Foley, 0 for 2. Linda McMahon, 0 for 2. Leora Levy, 0 for 1. Is the streak ever going to break? It may not break unless we have open primaries. I'm serious. And for the Democrats, too. You have a lot of people on the left side of the Democratic Party saying, well, we need younger people. We need more progressive thinking. Well, get up the backside of your party elders there, if they're not all 80 or 85. Jeez. And tell them open primaries. Open primaries. At least give it a shot. What do you think? You tell me, am I nuts? Am I being treasonous? Primary day, next Tuesday, September 9th, should we move from closed to open primaries, allowing non-party members to vote?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound roadwork, exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike, and further ahead on the Upper Merritt, more roadwork coming off exit 36, going over the bridge into Milford. Stay to the left to get through. On 95 northbound roadwork between exit 21 and 23, right lane is out, and on the Super 7 northbound, more roadwork between the 84 merge and Federal Road. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, September 16th and 18th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers spoke outside Capitol Hill today.
The government's mishandling of this case has silenced our truth from the start.
Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle continue to push for the release of more Epstein files. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
This is a political issue up here on Capitol Hill. And what these victims are saying is that they want as much transparency as possible.
President Trump again today called the story a Democrat hoax. He hosted Poland's president at the White House and said he would be holding talks tomorrow about ending the war in Ukraine.
I think we're going to have a good solution.
The White House says he will speak with Ukraine's president. Russia launched more than 500 drones and missiles at Ukraine overnight. Florida's Surgeon General has announced plans to end all state vaccine mandates, including for children to attend schools. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Fairfield Republican Town Committee has unanimously endorsed State Senator Tony Wong as the Republican candidate for First Selectman. A special election has not yet been called, but the RTC reports that they already have more than enough signatures to petition for one. Fairfield attorney James Baldwin spoke about the legal process.
Petitioners must gather 5% of the electors to sign and petition for a special election. They must complete that process within 15 days.
Despite potentially moving from a state to a local leadership role, at a news conference last week in which he announced his candidacy, Senator Wong expressed an eagerness to serve his community in the role of First Selectman.
Public service in any role is noble and enriching. And yes, as a state senator, we have a platform. But being able to come back home to a community that we have lived in for over 25 years, it's not a sideway move. It is one that my heart tells me.
A Danbury man is sentenced to spend 25 years in federal prison for recording his sexual abuse of a female minor. Prosecutors say Enrique Puca Jimenez sexually abused the victim on multiple occasions between 2020 and 2023. A search of his cell phone later revealed over 30 videos and more than 500 images of child sexual abuse involving the victim. The 34-year-old Puca Jimenez has been detained since his arrest in August of 2023 and still faces related state charges. An Ansonia teenager previously arrested for making thousands of dollars worth of purchases with stolen credit cards is now facing new charges. 19-year-old Jacek Gwiazda is facing charges that include burglary, larceny, and payment card theft in the new case. It involves the use of a credit card that was stolen from a vehicle in Wilton in March. The previous charges involved multiple credit cards stolen in the town of Washington that were used to make over $3,000 in purchases. A Bridgeport man who claimed a voodoo spell led to him repeatedly stab his wife has been sentenced to spend 14 years in prison. Jackson Pierre pleaded guilty in July to a first-degree assault charge in connection with the attack on the 43-year-old woman in August of last year. The victim suffered serious injuries and survived. Pierre was arrested later that day as he tried to board a flight to Haiti at JFK International Airport. The arrest warrant for Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo indicates that a voter claims the lawmaker stole his family's votes. Castillo was arraigned yesterday after being charged with ballot tampering. The voter told investigators that Castillo collected the family's absentee ballots in 2023, saying he would complete the ballots and send them in. The voter's son also told police that his signature was forged on his absentee ballot. A Connecticut teenager who was arrested by ICE agents at his workplace in July has been released from federal custody. 18-year-old Wilbur Cross High School student Esdras Zabaleta Ramirez was released from a Massachusetts detention center yesterday. The teen issued a statement afterwards saying he's happy to be free and thanking everyone who supported him. Zabaleta Ramirez is one of 2 Connecticut teens who have been detained by ICE in the past few months. Multiple state officials have been critical of the action, and just last week at Bridgeport Public Schools' convocation ceremony, Governor Ned Lamont criticized the actions taken by the agency.
Because there's still some folks who are not coming back to school. And I got to say, the feds are not making it any easier either. You're safe in our schools. You're safe in our Bridgeport schools. We want you here in these schools. We're going to protect you.
Zabaleta Ramirez was arrested by ICE during an operation at a Southington car wash. Notre Dame High School in West Haven has welcomed female students into the classroom for the first time. 50 girls are now attending the Catholic high school, 40 freshmen, and 10 transferring sophomores. Notre Dame's freshman class of 164 students is its largest in decades. Notre Dame spent around $14 million on renovations to the school building to prepare for the arrival of female students. And the University of Connecticut is reporting record enrollment for the new academic year. UConn is reporting that over 25,000 students are enrolled in all of the campuses. Over 20,000 of those students are enrolled at the Storrs campus. Over 62,000 applications were received for UConn's class of 2029, which was the most in school history. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound roadwork, exit 21 going up the Black Rock Turnpike, and further ahead on the Upper Merritt, more roadwork coming off exit 36, going over the bridge into Milford. Stay to the left to get through. On 95 northbound roadwork between exit 21 and 23, right lane is out, and on the Super 7 northbound, more roadwork between the 84 merge and Federal Road. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what about it? How about we do this? How about we do open primaries? You know what an open primary is? Some states have them. You still have a primary. In other words, you have 2 or 3 Republicans, vying for this seat here or that office to run in a general election. You still have 2 or 3 Democrats here. Whatever. Primary is a primary. The whole thing is who can vote in it. And that's what I'm wondering here, because it's primary day coming up next Tuesday in Connecticut. And because we always talk about it here on the station in any day part on this show with Melissa, with Lisa, in the midday, whatever. We always talk about how bad and how awful the turnout is for these primaries. So why not just do something, maybe, I don't know, to make more people care? Because I guess a heck of a lot of people just don't even care. Now, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're going to say. Well, if you let unaffiliated voters vote in the primary, they might vote for somebody who they really want to lose. Well, maybe, yeah, that's... So, it's what's called, Operation Chaos. That's been used over the years. All right, maybe that's the fault of the nominees or the people running versus the voters. I don't know. But in a state where we have miserable voter turnout, not just for general elections, but just for primaries, why not allow open primaries? Give it a shot. Try it. Just once or twice. It can't be worse than what's happening now. And by the way, both sides should want it. Republicans should want it, saying, hey, if we open up the process, maybe we have some more moderate candidates. And, and you folks, you progressive folks there on the left, You know, you always talk about how the machine is squeezing people like Bernie Sanders out. The machine is doing this or that. Well, yeah, you know, maybe we have a situation here where if you let more people in and say, well, I kind of like that idea and that idea. That one's a little too left for me, but I could live with the other one. So you watch, and now we'll know the turnout numbers probably a week from today, I'm guessing. Probably a week from today. Yeah, because today's Wednesday, right? Short week, you know, the holiday screws everything up here. Still getting that days of the week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Remember that? We used to sing that. Our kids used to sing that. But in all seriousness, you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of folks responding to this already on our Facebook question, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Primary day here in Connecticut set for next Tuesday, September 9th. And there are some area primaries. I should run those down for you a little bit later on. But should we move from closed to open primaries and allow non-party members to vote? Why not? It can't be any worse, right? Now, neither party's going to go for that. Although I thought there was some, I might be wrong. I have to look this up. I'm often wrong, you know. But I thought I remember after the last cycle or a couple, 3 cycles before that, there was thought, there was the thought of doing that because the turnout was so bad. So why not? And again, there's different ways of doing open primaries. You have to pick one or the other. You can't vote in both a Democratic and Republican primary in certain states. One state says you have to pick a primary and then you have to deregister and re-register, and it's all, a real fugazi thing here. But what do you think? Should we give it a shot? Open primaries. Why not? What's the worst thing that can happen? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's talk or text, by the way. You can text me something there as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike, and further ahead on the Upper Merritt, more roadwork coming off exit 36 going over the bridge into Milford. Stay to the left to get through. On 95 northbound, road work between exit 21 and 23. Right lane is out. And on the Super 7 northbound, more road work between the 84 merge and Federal Road. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And, the reason I wanted to bring this up today is because you know that when we get the turnout totals, which will be a week from today, next week, on the 9th of the week next week, the turnout numbers are going to be horrible. They're going to stink, my dear. When we get them on the 10th next week. It's this European clock on my thing. It's month, day, year, day, month, year. So, there are closed primaries around the country. There are semi-closed primaries. There are open primaries. I am shocked at how many states now have open primaries. It's not the entire country. It's a little over a third. Voters may choose to vote in one party's primary election regardless of their party registration. We don't have that here in Connecticut. Semi-closed primaries. Voters registered with a political party may only vote in that party's primary election, but unaffiliated voters can vote in either. Now, we are in the closed primary category. Voters can only vote in the primary election of the party where they're registered. States may or may not also allow unaffiliated voters who vote in a primary election. If unaffiliateds are allowed to vote, it's subject to the party's decision in each election cycle. So sometimes unaffiliateds can vote here in Connecticut. Sometimes, in some primaries. Sadie in Bethel leads us off today. Hi, Sadie. How are you? Good afternoon.
I'm good. It's actually Katie with a K.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they sound alike.
Yep.
So I wonder if you remember back in the day, this goes back a ways, 2008.
Okay.
I used to be a big Rush Limbaugh listener.
Yeah.
And he actually encouraged people, and he had a big impact on the Democratic presidential primaries in states that had open primaries because he did not want Hillary Clinton to become the Democratic presidential candidate.
You're talking about Operation Chaos, if I remember correctly.
There you go. And because anybody could vote in the Democratic primaries, he got Barack Obama. That actually made a significant impact.
You're right. Yeah.
And so the same thing could happen again in any situation. But my thing is, like, what's the big deal about just joining a party? If you really want more people to vote in the primary, get more people to join the party. I don't really like the idea that anybody with any level of commitment and interest can just go vote and decide who runs for our party.
Haven't you, Katie, though, encountered people, because I know I have, when I talk to them about this, you get something like, I'd like to vote for him or her, but I don't want to join the party. It's like there's a fear there, and I don't know what it is. Like, oh, my God, you're going to brand me as something or some sort of heathen if I register as a Democrat or Republican. I don't know about you, but I've encountered those people.
Sure, of course, and I get that, but just saying, I guess I feel like in the big picture of everything that could come of this, I guess I just have to err on the side of
Oh,
no,
no,
let's keep it to the party.
How well I remember that, Katie. Operation Chaos. I remember
Yeah, I forgot that. They called it that.
Yeah. Katie, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Katie. Katie Bethel. Yeah, that was and what Katie just said is why some people say, no, you can't do this. You can't just have open primaries, because then you'll get a lot of people who say they're unaffiliated or will drop their affiliation and go and vote for the person on the other side who's least likely to win. I don't know. You just know next Wednesday when we come here on the 10th, the day after the primaries, the turnout is going to be abysmal. Freaking abysmal. And remember, there's no statewide primaries next week. It's all the municipal stuff. There's some stuff in Waterbury, I see. There's some stuff in some other cities. So I don't know. Do you go to open primaries maybe for the municipal races, right? How about that? Where the turnout can be, a couple of hundred people, and then say, no, this is not for statewide races, or this is not for party nominating races. I just think in an era now where party labels left and right have become so toxic to people, but yet they see a primary race. Well, and let's say it's on the local level. Maybe it's, somebody's a Democrat and they see a Republican primary for city or town council. And they say, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but my friend Bill's running. Yeah, Bill's a Republican, but we get along. And you know what? I think he'd do a good job. I'd love to vote for Bill, but I can't because I'm a Democrat. And I know what some people would say. Well, you can leave the party, re-register as a Republican, and then vote for your friend, and then unregister as a Republican, and then register again as a Democrat. I mean, come on. We have people who can hardly microwave a 3-minute tray of pasta. And you're asking them to do that. I don't know. So again, Connecticut is listed here in the closed primaries. Voters can only vote in the primary election of the party they're registered as. Sometimes states may or may not allow unaffiliated voters to vote in an election. If unaffiliated voters are allowed to vote, it is subject to the political party's decision in each cycle. So there you be. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. I'm nothing against the parties. No, I'm all for the nominating process, and, they raise money and everything and their party positions. I have nothing against that. But for sure, next Wednesday on the 10th, the day after the primaries on the 9th, the turnout numbers are going to be awful. They're going to be awful. And you and I, as I just said, to Katie, we all know people who say, well, yeah, I'd like to vote in the primary, but I don't want to register with a party. It is the way it is. As an old boss of mine used to say. Bob in Trumbull. Bob, how are you, sir? What's up?
Reverend Paul. The reason you don't register as a party is so you don't get the call from them looking for money.
Well, yeah. But you got to do what I do, Bob. When people call me for that stuff, I either don't answer it, or I can see where the call's coming in, or it goes to my answering machine at home. That's all. That's all you got. Yeah.
But in Corrupticate, it doesn't matter who the Republicans put up.
Yeah.
Because in this state, they think the D, which deceased, stands for D.
Okay.
So everybody who's deceased in Connecticut automatically becomes a Democrat, and their mail-in votes go to the Democrat. So in Connecticut, it doesn't matter who the Republicans put up. It could be Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Could be even him, huh? Jesus H. Christ, it could be, yes. Okay. Yeah, and it wouldn't matter, you're saying. It wouldn't matter.
No.
Okay.
Not in this state.
Okay.
Because all of the deceased people are they think that's what the D means.
What about Pontius Pilate? What if he ran? How about if he ran? No? No? I'm going all biblical on you. What about, what about, I'm sorry, Bob, thank you. Chris is shaking his head, and we haven't even hit 3 o'clock yet. There you go. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How about we try open primaries? Just what? Even if what's wrong if it causes chaos? Chaos is good. It's not like the processes work so smoothly every single time, right? Heck, it might fix Bridgeport. Can you imagine open primaries? And maybe this is a way we finally fix Bridgeport. Maybe this is a way we stop the absentee ballot funny business. Oh, no, you can't do that. A lot of people can't make it to the polls in Bridgeport. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound roadwork, exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike, and further ahead on the Upper Merritt, more roadwork coming off exit 36, going over the bridge into Milford. Stay to the left to get through. On 95 northbound roadwork between exit 21 and 23, right lane is out, and on the Super 7 northbound, more roadwork between the 84 merge and Federal Road. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Thank you, Thunderthroat. Appreciate that. Whatever you like to chat about here, including our question of the day. Why not give it a shot? Open primaries in the state. And the only reason I mention that is because I've been hearing Chris Williams do the story all day from the download on up to where we are now about next Tuesday, September 9th, being primary day. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that's great. 10 people are going to show up. Municipal primaries? Oh, my God. Wake me, Maud, when they're over. Unless we let anybody vote in them. But, you know, now you can only vote once. Okay, we don't want multiple votes here. But Connecticut has closed primaries here. Now, there's also kind of a twist in our state law that if the Democrats and Republicans got together, they wouldn't open up the primaries particularly, but they could say, okay, independents or unregistered affiliated voters, non-affiliated voters could vote. But they're not going to do that. See, again, I know we had a great caller that called in and said, hey, you know, this used to be Operation Chaos with Rush, and I used to laugh at it, and it's still not. But you got to shake the process up somehow. Because the turnout numbers next Wednesday, I can guarantee you. Now, I'd like to be surprised if they're not. They're going to be abysmal. Total turnout in Waterbury 18th Ward, 37. I mean, we can't do that here. Kids, we can't do that. Or pay people to vote. Just hand out cash. Imagine if we did that. You'd have lines for 3 days. What's wrong with that? What do they call that? Walking around money? Remember that walking around money?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers called today for a full release of the files in the case. CBS's Scott McFarlane reports.
They're declaratively calling on President Trump to stop calling the Jeffrey Epstein matter a hoax and to, in one survivor's words, humanize this group, recognize the trauma they're suffering, and recognizing they don't feel like they've been given justice.
A group of bipartisan lawmakers is attempting to force a vote on a bill that would compel the Justice Department to release the files. Russian President Putin said today if common sense prevails, there could be an option for ending the war in Ukraine. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more from the White House, where he reports President Trump will be talking with Ukraine's president tomorrow.
The possibility and likelihood of a bilateral meeting between Russia and Ukraine seems very low. President Putin said that he's not ruling it out as long as it happens in Moscow, which is very unlikely that Ukrainian President Zelensky would accept that. And President Trump certainly voicing his disappointment.
Putin made his remarks in China, where he attended a military parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. It also highlighted some sophisticated weaponry, as Frank Gardner of the BBC reports.
China has embarked over the last recent few years on an extraordinary build-up of its weapons in cyber, on land. I mean, they lead the world in something called hypersonic weapons, missiles that travel at more than 5 times the speed of sound.
Florida could soon become the first state to phase out all childhood vaccine mandates. Correspondent Matt Piper has that.
Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo cast current requirements in schools and elsewhere as immoral.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
He says his department will work with lawmakers to make it happen.
Michael Wallace reports 3 western states are creating a vaccine alliance.
Citing the firings and turmoil at the CDC, the governors of California, Washington, and Oregon have announced their states will work together on vaccine guidance and recommendations. In a joint statement, they say the CDC has become, quote, a political tool that increasingly peddles ideology instead of science.
A judge in Houston has set bond for a 42-year-old man charged with murdering an 11-year-old boy after a prank in which the child knocked on his door and ran away.
I set your bond at $1 million to do the ongoing investigation and potential upgrade of the charges.
Police departments across the country have warned against the so-called ding-dong ditching because homeowners have no way of knowing it's a prank. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today.
Call 1-800-602-9900.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Danbury man is sentenced to spend 25 years in federal prison for recording his sexual abuse of a female minor. Prosecutors say Enrique Puca Jimenez sexually abused the victim on multiple occasions between 2020 and 2023. A search of his cell phone later revealed over 30 videos and more than 500 images of child sexual abuse involving the victim. The 34-year-old Puca Jimenez has been detained since his arrest in August of 2023 and still faces related state charges. A Bridgeport man who claimed a voodoo spell led him to repeatedly stab his wife has been sentenced to spend 14 years in prison. Jackson Pierre pleaded guilty in July to a first-degree assault charge in connection with the attack on the 43-year-old woman in August of last year. The victim suffered serious injuries and survived. Pierre was arrested later that day as he tried to board a flight to Haiti at JFK International Airport. An Ansonia teenager previously arrested for making thousands of dollars worth of purchases with stolen credit cards is facing new charges. 19-year-old Jacek Gwiazda is facing charges that include burglary, larceny, and payment card theft in the new case. It involves the use of a credit card that was stolen from a vehicle in Wilton in March. The previous charges involved multiple credit cards stolen in the town of Washington that were used to make over $3,000 in purchases. A Connecticut teenager who was arrested by ICE agents at his workplace in July has been released from federal custody. 18-year-old Wilbur Cross High School student Esdras Zabaleta Ramirez was released from a Massachusetts detention center yesterday. The teen issued a statement afterwards saying he's happy to be free and thanking everyone who supported him. Zabaleta Ramirez is one of two Connecticut teens who have been detained by ICE in the past few months. Multiple state officials have been critical of the action, and just last week at Bridgeport Public Schools' convocation ceremony, Governor Ned Lamont criticized the actions taken by the agency.
Because there's still some folks who are not coming back to school. And I got to say, the feds are not making it any easier either. You're safe in our schools. You're safe in our Bridgeport schools. We want you here in these schools. We're going to protect you.
Zabaleta Ramirez was arrested by ICE during an operation at a Southington car wash. And the nightclub Shrine has closed at Foxwoods Resort Casino after operating for over 17 years. The entertainment group that ran Shrine has also announced that the restaurant Red Lantern at Foxwoods is also closed. Shrine opened in 2008, and Red Lantern began operating in 2013. It's unclear what will be brought in to occupy the spaces that have been left vacant by the closures. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 on the northbound side. Plan on over an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Norwalk at about Route 7 out of New Haven. 95 southbound side. Just some extra cars going through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound busy but moving through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And that's Kraus with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight, with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Absolutely great to have you with us. Open primaries. What do you think? I think it's time. I think it's time to give it a try. Now, people say, well, that's a crazy idea. A lot of states have them. The following states have open primaries. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, a week from today, next Wednesday, the 10th, it'll be the day after the primaries on the 9th. And I know they're going to be municipal primaries, and those are hyper-local. But the turnout is going to be horrible. It'll be laughable. It'll be disgusting in some areas. Some other cities and towns, it'll be, well, okay, that wasn't bad. What do we do to get more? And you know me, I'm not a person that begs and sobs, please come out to vote. But again, you know me too, as a person who says, why are we so stuck in our old ways here? And this will happen next week after the municipal primaries, and then it'll happen after the statewide primaries in the next cycle. Oh, the turnout was only 20 or 25%. My God, what do we do to save democracy? And as many of you hate open primaries as do, you know how many states do open primaries where voters can choose to vote in one party's primary election regardless of their partisan registration? So if you're a Republican or a Democrat in these states, you're allowed to vote in one primary. Can't vote in both, but you're allowed to vote in one. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, and Wisconsin. Some red states, some very red states, some blue states, some real blue states, and some purplish states there. So in all those states, voters can pick which primary they want to vote in regardless of their registration. Now, there's what's called a semi-closed primary, where voters registered with a party may only vote in that party's primary election, but unaffiliated voters can vote in either. Those states include Arizona, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Kakalaki, and Rhode Island. Now, Connecticut is among the closed primary states where you have to register with a party and vote only in that party's primary. In rare cases, I don't know if it's happened, but if the parties agree to it, there is an aspect of Connecticut law that would allow unaffiliated voters to vote in primaries. It hasn't happened recently. And again, it's a mix of states, some very blue, some bluish, some very red, reddish. Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Idaho, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, the District of Columbia, Utah, West Virginia, and Wyoming. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, and maybe this would help Connecticut. Maybe there would be, I don't know, what are there registered Republicans in Bridgeport? 5,000, 6,000, believe it or not, Republicans in Bridgeport. What if they got to vote? What if the Republicans in Bridgeport got to vote in the Democratic primaries? You think it might kick some of the absentee ballot crowd out of office? Might work. What if some unaffiliated voters or Democrats got to vote in the Republican primaries? Maybe last time, with all due respect to Mrs. Levy, it wouldn't have been Leora Levy versus Dick Blumenthal. It would have been Themis Claridis versus Dick Blumenthal. Of course, Themis won the nomination at the convention. But in the effervescent thinking of the state Republican Party, they picked Leora Levy, who had no shot. I'm sure she's a very nice lady. She had no shot. At least Themis Claridis would have had a shot. I know what you're saying. Well, maybe they would have picked somebody who had no chance. Peter Lumage or somebody like that. Okay. At least it's a shot here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Rick in Norwalk today. Rick, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm thinking I like the idea to an extent, in that I could see putting a glass of water with a D on it, and I might actually vote for that. If you know that reference. But in any event, I want to just shift the gears slightly a little bit. And it ties to the topic, but thinking of media in this area, there's each town has a newspaper. There's no one newspaper for the whole area. Mm-hmm. There's no one TV station because with a lot of people cut the cable, cut the cord, whatever. So people are getting their news a lot differently. And I've lived in other parts of the country where you have the 3 channels in a sense, and people are more apt to tune in, so they know more about the local candidates.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what your perspective is on that for this area, because I think we're so New York centric that when I turn on TV, I'm more apt to see New York news than know who the heck John, what's his name is, or Bob, whoever his name is, what they're up to. And I think people just, back to my first reference, and I've seen this with dog catchers that get 79% of the vote because they have a D after their name. No one knows who the dog catcher is. But, so I'm wondering your perspective on that, if you have any, since you've been in the media.
Well,
and then secondary to that is, I wonder if there's a way for shenanigans to happen so that a rival party could vote in
of course.
The primary, the lousier candidate.
Oh,
so
sure.
Anyway, I'd love to hear your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Well, that's the main. Let me take your second point first, Rick. Your second point is why, roughly 1/3 of the country does not allow open primaries to a point, and 2/3 don't allow any version of open primaries because of what they call shenanigans. And as one of our callers mentioned in hour number 1, something that God rest his soul, he's one of the reasons I'm doing this format, is what Rush Limbaugh used to call Operation Chaos. In other words, if you're in an open primary state, or if you want to change your registration to either a D or an R, go in and proudly vote for the person you think would be easier for your side to beat. So, I think that's one of the main reasons there. And I guess that's valid. But, and again, maybe in this way you say, okay, we only do open primaries for municipal races. Maybe that's a great way to break up the stranglehold, the vice grip, the super glued shut vice grip and clamp that some parties have, either D or R, in certain cities or towns. Right now, as far as media, there are so many outlets, especially in Fairfield County. Look, you folks in Fairfield County, and it edges up and toward New Haven County. Look, News 12 does a good job, and granted, a lot of the main network affiliates, Fox 61, our friends at News 8, Channel 3, and NBC Connecticut, they have much bigger areas to cover. News 12, though, for years and years, they've been doing a pretty good job with local politics, I think. Now, full frontal admission here, I haven't watched News 12 in a while, but I do see them in snippets from time to time, and one of their strengths is covering local politics. The other way to cover local politics is there are wonderful microsites. The Patch, there's patch.com. Go online and see if there is a Patch, P-A-T-C-H-A, Patch affiliate for your city or town. I know Westport has is it 06880.com? Is that the Westport microsite might be? You've got the Valley Independent Sentinel. They do a pretty good job on micro-focusing on local politics.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with a doubleheader of the best games from around the NFL. Because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 on the northbound side. Plan on over an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Norwalk at about Route 7 out of New Haven. 95 southbound side, just some extra cars going through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Canterbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to the phones we go. Hey, come on, let's do some open primaries. It can't hurt. I mean, with all due respect to my Republican dear friends and brothers and sisters in the party, it can't hurt. Maybe you'll get a couple of nice red wins out there. You never know. Just a thought. You know me. I like a good political smoke bomb. Okay, what do they call those things? Oh, flashbang grenades. Yeah, when they try to break up, they raid a house, and they break the window and they throw that flashbang. All it does is make noise and flashes, but it keeps the opponent disoriented. Gary in Fairfield's with us. Gary, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, and I was calling. I've been watching for a long time.
Yeah.
This obsession with voter turnout.
Yeah.
And I always believe that the only thing we do is get people to vote who don't even know what they're voting for.
Well, I have said that at some time too. Yeah.
Well, this is just another step towards that objective. If people want to vote,
yeah,
they need to, number one, do the things necessary to vote. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Number two, they should have a moral obligation, if not a legal obligation, obviously.
Yes, absolutely.
Find out what they're voting for. Nobody knows who. They just vote party line, or they vote for the person that said the one-liner they like to hear.
Yeah.
This would make it even worse. If you want to vote in a primary, join that party. That's it. And on top of it, if you take a city like Bridgeport,
okay,
not that it would matter that much, but it may someday.
Mm-hmm.
You got 11-1 Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
All they have to do is get some of those Democrats to vote in the Republican Party instead to sway that vote.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
So, it's just another layer of nonsense to our voting. And I got to tell you, we don't have to talk about voting corruption.
Okay.
In Bridgeport, never mind Bridgeport. Go throughout the state and see what's happening in a lot of these cities. So let's keep it simple.
Okay.
And to try to get Republicans in through the back door is just opening the back door for the Democrats as well. So but keep it simple, keep it tight, make people have IDs with a picture on it.
Yeah.
Let's get back to that because we haven't done that in 50 years.
No. Gary, thank you, my friend. Good thoughts, sir. I appreciate it. And I know people aren't going to agree with me, some people on this, but it was just a thought because I was surprised how many states actually have open primaries. I knew it was, a good amount. I didn't think it was that much. It's about 1/3, a little over 1/3 of the country. Now, you do have to go through a process, obviously, but still. And I understand what Gary said about being don't get too wrapped up in turnout numbers, but and I'm usually a student of that. You've heard me say I stop begging people to vote, but maybe just and the reason I said open primaries is maybe just to get some new blood in there because how often do new entrants to parties just get bopped in the primary if they can even get on a primary ballot? Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, how are you?
Well, I'm calling about my one primary vote where I switched from unaffiliated to Republican. Speaking of new blood, a young man with a good head on his shoulders was canvassing the neighborhood. He talked to me. He took the time to explain his concerns that he wanted to work on and being on the Stratford Town Council. And I thought, you know what, this guy's not a whack job. He wants to use government to make lives better, or at least not make them worse.
Yeah.
So I voted. So I registered and I voted for him, and he ended up winning the Republican primary.
Nice.
And then I voted for him in the general election, and he ended up winning the general election.
Yeah.
But 3 weeks into his term, he quit and moved out of state, took another job somewhere else. So.
Well, at least the intention was good. You had good intentions, Jerry. You did.
But I'll kind of agree with Gary and Bob from Trumbull in that it's when party loyalty really drives everything.
Yeah.
We talked recently about the 20 to 25% public service charge the utilities have on their bills.
Yep.
In my opinion, it's a Democrat tax, and I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of elderly postmenopausal women well beyond their childbearing years who are on fixed incomes who know who stuck them with this tax and do not like it, but will still vote Democrat because someone told them Donald Trump's going to prevent them from getting an abortion. And that's what you're dealing with in the electorate. So it's not just party brand and party loyalty.
Yeah.
It's people, they believe the fear-mongering.
And to that end, Jerry, I do have to run, but I'm glad to, Jerry, thank you, because I'm up against it. To that end, I found something that I mentioned the other day about if you take something, take Trump's name off of something versus put it back on, you get vastly different poll results.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 on the northbound side. Plan on over an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Norwalk at about Route 7 out of New Haven. 95 southbound side. Just some extra cars going through Longworth into West Haven. 84 eastbound busy but moving through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A group of bipartisan lawmakers brought out some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers today to urge more transparency in the case. California Democrat Ro Khanna.
We're united in restoring trust in government.
He and others are urging Congress to vote on a release of all of the files. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
There hasn't been full transparency, they say, that there are clients who have not been brought to justice potentially. These files could help ensure justice. But also, just the broader issue. These victims don't believe they've been heard.
President Trump says the U.S. strike on an alleged Venezuelan gang vessel yesterday should send a message to drug cartels. Charlie Daggett reports it could also be a message to Venezuela's president.
Whether this is about optics or whether it hasn't been decided yet, this might turn from a drug interdictory to something more serious.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The arrest warrant for Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo indicates that a voter claims the lawmaker stole his family's votes. Castillo was arraigned yesterday after being charged with ballot tampering. The voter told investigators that Castillo collected the family's absentee ballots in 2023, saying he would complete the ballots and send them in. The voter's son also told police that his signature was forged on his absentee ballot. The University of Connecticut is reporting record enrollment for the new academic year. UConn is reporting that over 25,000 students are enrolled in all of the campuses. Over 20,000 of those students are enrolled at the Storrs campus. Over 62,000 applications were received for UConn's class of 2029, which was the most in school history. Notre Dame High School in West Haven has welcomed female students into the classroom for the first time. 50 girls are now attending the Catholic high school, 40 freshmen and 10 transferring sophomores. Notre Dame's freshman class of 164 students is its largest in decades. Notre Dame spent around $14 million on renovations to the school building to prepare for the arrival of female students. A committee to help find a new superintendent of schools in Stamford was scheduled to meet today. The team had planned to discuss finding a search firm that will help find a suitable replacement for the current superintendent, Dr. Tamu Lucero, who is set to leave at the end of the school year. The committee will review submissions, conduct interviews, and recommend a finalist to the Board of Education no later than November. Susan Hamilton is the interim commissioner at the State Department of Children and Families. She takes the place of Jody Hill Lilly, who retired on Monday. This change in leadership comes as DCF has had an increased amount of scrutiny on their policies and procedures following the tragic story of the Waterbury man who allegedly was held captive in his home for over 20 years. Shelton Republican State Senator Jason Pirillo recently met with DCF officials to discuss the case.
DCF is just so heavily scrutinized, and they ought to be, right? Like, they're entrusted with the safety of Connecticut's children.
Hamilton previously served as DCF commissioner from 2007 to 2011 and has most recently been the department's general counsel. Governor Ned Lamont said her extensive experience makes Hamilton ready to step immediately in as commissioner. The former New Canaan home of Paul Simon that he sold to actor Richard Gere has now been demolished. The house has been razed to make way for a subdivision development project. Paul Simon and his wife, Edie Brickell, owned the home for nearly 20 years, and Gere purchased the property in 2022. The land will now be subdivided into 9 lots of sizes ranging between 2 and 5 acres. Early voting has begun in Connecticut. It began yesterday and will go through Sunday. The traditional primary election day is Tuesday, September 9th, with polls open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are races for municipal offices in various communities statewide. Voters must be registered with a political party in order to vote in the primary. The deadline to affiliate in person at a local registrar's office is 12 noon next Monday. And the Fairfield Republican Town Committee has unanimously endorsed State Senator Tony Wong as the Republican candidate for first selectman. A special election has not yet been called, but the RTC reports that they already have more than enough signatures to petition for one. Fairfield attorney James Baldwin spoke about the legal process.
Petitioners must gather 5% of the electors to sign and petition for a special election. They must complete that process within 15 days.
Despite potentially moving from a state to a local leadership role, at a news conference last week in which he announced his candidacy, Senator Wong expressed an eagerness to serve his community in the role of first selectman.
Public service in any role is noble and enriching. And yes, as a state senator, we have a platform. But being able to come back home to a community that we have lived in for over 25 years, it's not a sideway move. It is one that my heart tells me.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Mobile phones, you want to jump in here, by the way, same number, talk or text. Text or talk, 203-333 at 9422-333-WICC. One of our last callers said something actually kind of refuting me, which is fine, rebutting me, fine. all you want. Come on in. I take yes and no. You like me, you don't. You agree, you don't, whatever, on all things. And it was about my idea saying, hey, maybe we can increase turnout or get a new wave or new generations of candidates by opening up the primaries. In other words, now you can't vote in states that have open primaries. You can't vote in both primaries. That's a little much. Nobody allows that. But in the primary season, because again, the primaries are on the same day. So in a lot of real open primary states, of which Connecticut is not one of them, in an open primary state, you can, I guess, make the decision either beforehand or on primary day to say, hey, I might be a registered Republican, but I'm going to vote in the Democratic primary because I don't think my guy or gal who I'd vote on in the Republican primary can win, so I like that person better, maybe. Or it's an Operation Chaos thing, where like one of our previous callers said something, a phrase that was coined by the late, great Rush Limbaugh, Operation Chaos. Everybody get together, go to the Democratic side, vote for him or her because she's bad and will win. I get it. I understand. So in talking about that, this person said to me something that I've always said is we have to stop begging people to vote. And maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but I think there's a little difference between begging people to vote and maybe getting them a little more interested in the process. I don't know, because you figure if they're going to vote, they're going to maybe kind of sort of want to maybe vote in one of the primaries anyway, versus people who just have no idea what they're doing. And I have said for years and years and years and years and more years during these shows, I don't want uninformed people voting. You know, maybe somebody who's trying to throw sand in the gears of one party or the other, maybe maybe they have nefarious designs, but I'd rather have that and rather have somebody who wants to shake up the process than, have somebody who, is uninformed or something like that. I'm not sure. But what do you think? Open primaries in Connecticut. And the reason I mention this is next week, on a week from today, which will be Wednesday, the 10th of September 10th, it'll be the day after the primaries, the municipal primaries in the state, which will be, as usual, low turnout primaries. And we'll all be sitting here, at least some people will be saying, oh, this is not good. Blah, blah. So maybe we do open primaries. I don't know. I'd like to at least try it. Can we do it on we never try things in this state. We never, I don't know. Maybe it's a horrible idea. Maybe it is. But I refer back to the Republican U.S. Senate primary from 3 years ago in 2022? We just passed 3 years, August of 2022. Maybe we would have had, we being Republicans, would have had a better chance against Mr. Blumenthal had the nominee been Themis Claridis, who actually won it at the convention, versus Leora Levy. Again, nothing against Mrs. Levy, but I think we all know what happened there. Back to the phones momentarily right here as we roll right along on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I have a feeling this one's not going over with my radio family here, but what the heck? How about open primaries? It can't be any worse, right? Well, if you're looking at it from a Republican point of view, it can't. I mean, with all due respect to my Republican brethren and sister in here, what if we, we do have some very effective, although in the minority numbers here in Hartford, some rather effective state legislators. But beyond that, what are we doing here? Maybe open primaries helps? I don't know. I'm at the point now where I'm throwing plaster of Paris, shall we say, up against the wall and see if it works. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, what do you think, sir?
I'm willing to try different things.
Okay.
At the federal level, we're a one-party state.
Yeah.
All 7, the 2 senators and the 5 Congress. At the state level, every single constitutional officer is a Democrat.
Yeah.
In nearly all the big cities, like New Haven, which I know the best, all 30 alders are Democrats or Socialist or Green Party people.
Yeah.
Completely one party. I think your way does not help the 2 major points, which is you want a more knowledgeable group of voters, in the primary, and you would like a less mischievous or devious or fraudulent voters, and your solution doesn't get at either of them. The independent voters certainly are not aware of the differences between Levy and Themis Clarity.
Are we sure about that? Or are there independent voters who would say, in this case, Dave, I can't believe they took Leora Levy. Yeah, I'd rather do Themis, but I'm not going to register as a Republican.
My answer to your question is, no matter how high the quality of the candidate, the soil is very inhospitable in Connecticut. And I'm thinking of some DeSantis, Governor Youngkin, Governor Abbott, Governor Nikki Haley, Kristi Noem. None of those successful governors would ever get elected in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So it's not the quality of the candidate that we put forward.
Mm-hmm.
It's that the soil is so inhospitable to Republicans in Connecticut, it doesn't really make any difference. My solution, I do want to get at it.
Go ahead.
In Branford, we have by charter guaranteed minority representation. We have 3 selectmen, first, second, and third.
Yeah.
And when you go into the ballot and vote, you get to vote for any 2. And so it guarantees that one of the selectmen at least will be from a different party than the majority Democrats. And the point is, you get trainees off the bench that get name recognition and skill The people get to know who they are and what they think, and that's the problem in Connecticut. No Republican even gets to sprout as a seed in the city of New Haven to say, well, he's capable and qualified to challenge Elliker. Nobody gets a chance to even be an alderman to practice their wings. And so in my RTM district in Brantford, there are 6 RTM candidates that are able to run. 6. And we get to vote for any 4 of them. And so it guarantees some candidate, not the majority party. And in my town, it goes back and forth. So I like this, Sometimes it's the R's. And so it guarantees. And at least one time, a third-party candidate got to be the third selectman.
Wow.
And so I think by charter, which, it's like the Constitution.
Yeah.
And so this won't happen at the federal level because that's by Constitution. That would be like for our 5 Congress people, you would be eligible to vote for any 4. And so it kind of guarantees a not majority party candidate would get one of those seats.
So it almost sounds, Dave, this is a distant cousin of ranked choice voting. It's not ranked choice voting, but you're voting for more than one person.
Yes, for the RTM at least. And for the selectmen, you actually vote separately. For the first and second selectmen, you don't vote for them as a package.
I never knew this, Dave, I never knew this about your trendy little town. I think of Brantford
it's by charter.
And I think I think of nice restaurants and coffee houses. That's all, but how about that? Yeah.
Thanks for letting me make all my
Thank you,
points.
Dave. No, that's great stuff. Thank you. See what you learn here on this show. So by the charter of the town of Brantford there, nice on the shoreline on the eastern side of New Haven. It goes New Haven, East Haven, Brantford. Exits 54. Oh, now I can't even say this anymore with the new exit numbers. Exit 54 in Brantford's probably not exit 54 anymore. Neither is exit 55. Wow. Is 56 still Guilford? It can't be 56. They're changing all the numbers. My God. Folks, I kid you not. I'm looking at the TV screen right here. And I'm not saying which news channel this is on, but I'm trying to make a cogent point here. And I look up and I see using smartphone in the bathroom could cause hemorrhoids. That's where we are right now. I'm just letting you know. So if you're venturing off to the toilette, the water closet, or as my people like to say, the backhouse, there it is. Using your phone on the toilet is risky. Oh, my God. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Just don't drop it in the bowl, shall we say. Who's our buddy on the commercials? Oh, Mike Rowe. Mike said he did that once in a hotel room. Never did that. There you go. Obviously, there's a connection between, I guess, spending time on the toilet while you're doing what you have to do and then reading the New York Times while you're there. There you go. Regular phone use on the toilet. I'm just reading it's CNN. Regular phone use led to a 46% increase in the chance for hemorrhoids. All right. See, never let it be said that I don't give you the info you need. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But I digress. Our question of the day here, and of course that question of the day is posted a wee bit before showtime right here at facebook.com/voice of CT. Connecticut's primary day is set for the 9th of September, September 9. Should we move from closed to open primaries, allowing non-party members to vote? Maybe that'll get people more involved. By the way, I want to make a correction. Something I said before. We had a very nice caller who called in and said, hey, where can I find more info about specific cities and towns? I suggested there's still a network of patch.com sites where you can go to the main Patch page and put in your city or town. I made a mistake on the Westport town site. It's you put in your browser 06880.com, where Westport meets the world. So if you're in Westport or that area, one great site is simply the main Westport zip code. Put that in the browser, 06880, and you go to you get the site for Westport, which is good. So, as often as we hear of the traditional newspaper, now not necessarily here in Connecticut, because Hearst operates a number of good publications. They still actually print several thousand copies of newspapers a day. So you have Hearst, you have the Hartford Courant, you've got the Day of New London out east, a couple of other ones. But for as much cutting back as the traditional newspaper industry has done, there's still a lot of great microsites here. The one I just mentioned from Westport here, the Connecticut Mirror, we talk about that all the time, which is a bunch of, former Hartford Courant people, the Connecticut News Junkie. So I know people say that it's tough to follow the news. It's really not. And you know what? If you want to do it, get now, you're not going to make any money. I shouldn't say you're not going to make any money. It's tough to turn a profit with these things. But hey, get together, 5 or 6 of you, start a web page, do some basic reporting, go to your RTM meeting, go to your town council, your city council, your board of alders, get a notebook there, say you're with the press, invent yourself as a reporter. No, seriously. Or even if you're not a classic reporter, go online, say, hey, here I'm not a reporter, but here's what I saw at the RTM meeting the other night. Or they debated this for 2 or 3 hours, whatever. Plus another thing for that gentleman that called in earlier, the vast majority of cities and towns in Connecticut, in one way, shape, or form, have local access, local origination, local access, so you can actually follow. In some ways, it's easier now between all the microsites and following on your local cable outlet or whatever it is, whether you're on Fios or Verizon or Optimum, whatever. And I know they move the channels around. We talked about that with our friend Jim Cameron last week. But you can sit there in the comfort of your own living room, in whatever stage of dress or undress you want, with whatever beverage you want, and attend virtually your city or town council meeting. So there's that as well. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on at least an hour from Stamford through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When you read news in the financial world, lots of popular headlines include terms like inflation and 401k and, of course, taxes, but it all comes back to the fear of running out of money. If you're close or in retirement, you have 2 big jobs: protect your life savings and create income for retirement. So how do you do that? You call David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you put together a customized, comprehensive plan.
Let's do something differently that is more effective, that will reduce your risk, reduce your taxes, give you better predictability of what your income will look like going into the future.
Start checking off those boxes of income for life, tax-free retirement, and much more. Call David today, 203-872-0009. That's 203-872-0009. More details on the website, masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up within a few minutes, Chris DiPentima, who is the head of the Connecticut business and Industry Association, we've had Chris on the show before. New survey out there. No big surprise here. We're not in Gomer Pyle territory, Maud. We're not sitting here going, surprise, surprise, surprise. A lot of business owners have said in this survey how rough of a place Connecticut is to operate a business. One thing I always say that our fine friends in the Democratic majority of Hartford don't give a rat's ass about. Oh, that's harsh, Paul, isn't it? No, it's not. They never talk about cutting taxes for businesses. They never talk about cutting regulations and the cost of doing business. They just don't. If anything, they add on burdens to business owners. And then they talk about, you got Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Jason Rojas and Matt Ritter, the usual suspects. Oh, Connecticut's such a great place to do business in. Really? It's not what the people who own the companies are saying, gentlemen. So we'll talk about that and more. Coming up, as always, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Midweek Wednesday edition right here, right now of Connecticut Today.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Many of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers spoke out today about the need for transparency in the case.
The government's mishandling of this case has silenced our truth from the start.
They were joined by a bipartisan group of lawmakers, including Democrat Ro Khanna.
There are corrupt special interest forces, both foreign or domestic, that are preventing the release, that have a stranglehold on our government and are preventing the release of the full Epstein files. The
lawmakers are trying to force a vote on a bill that would compel the Justice Department to release the files. President Trump hosted Poland's president at the White House today and said he has more talks planned on ending the war in Ukraine. Linda Kenyon reports.
A White House official says President Trump will speak with President Zelensky by phone after Zelensky and European leaders conclude their summit in Paris. Ahead of the summit, Zelensky stated he has yet to see signs Russia wants to end the war it started more than 3 years ago.
Russian President Putin said today he's willing to meet with Zelensky in Moscow. It's unlikely Zelensky would agree to that. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Mexico today, where he said there could be more strikes like yesterday's on an alleged drug boat off Venezuela.
The president, under his authority as commander-in-chief, has a right under exigent circumstances to eliminate imminent threats to the United States, and that's what he did yesterday in international waters, and that's what he intends to do. We're not going to sit back anymore and watch these people sail up and down the Caribbean like a cruise ship.
A federal appeals court ruled President Trump can't use an 18th century wartime law to speed the deportations of people his administration accuses of being members of a Venezuelan gang. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
Trump unsuccessfully had argued that this Venezuelan gang is a state-sponsored international terrorist organization that has invaded the U.S.
Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 30 people in Gaza as it presses ahead with its latest major offensive. At the UN, spokesman Stefan Dujarric.
Today, our colleagues supporting displacement sites warned that the escalating hostilities in Gaza City are having horrific humanitarian consequences.
Israeli protesters staged what they called a day of disruption. Protesting what they called the call-up of 60,000 reserves for that operation. Oil giant ConocoPhillips said today it's laying off a quarter of its workforce. That would amount to thousands of jobs. The company employs 13,000 people worldwide. On Wall Street today, stocks were mixed. The Dow was off 25 points. The Nasdaq was higher by more than 200. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Early voting has begun in Connecticut. It began yesterday and will go through Sunday. The traditional primary election day is Tuesday, September 9th, with polls open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are races for municipal offices in various communities statewide. Voters must be registered with a political party in order to vote in the primary. The deadline to affiliate in person at a local registrar's office is 12 noon next Monday. The Fairfield Republican Town Committee has unanimously endorsed State Senator Tony Wong as the Republican candidate for First Selectman. A special election has not yet been called, but the RTC reports that they already have more than enough signatures to petition for one. Fairfield Attorney James Baldwin spoke about the legal process.
Petitioners must gather 5% of the electors to sign and petition for a special election. They must complete that process within 15 days.
Despite potentially moving from a state to a local leadership role, at a news conference last week in which he announced his candidacy, Senator Wong expressed an eagerness to serve his community in the role of First Selectman.
Public service in any role is noble and enriching. And yes, as a state senator, we have a platform. But being able to come back home to a community that we have lived in for over 25 years, it's not a sideway move. It is one that my heart tells me.
And the nightclub Shrine has closed at Foxwoods Resort Casino after operating for over 17 years. The entertainment group that ran Shrine has also announced that the restaurant Red Lantern at Foxwoods is also closed. Shrine opened in 2008, and Red Lantern began operating in 2013. It's unclear what will be brought in to occupy the spaces that have been left vacant by the closures. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 in Fairfield. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight, below in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So as I always like to say, don't ask politicians about business. Don't ask them in either party, because many of them have never filled out a requisition form, placed an order for anything, had to meet a payroll, had to figure out how am I going to pay this tax, how am I going to pay this fee to the state. Many of them haven't. A lot of them are well-intentioned, but now there are some politicians who have been small business owners. Most of them aren't. A lot of them are lawyers. Love me a lawyer when I need them. But you cannot, there's no way you can replicate or understand what a business owner, especially one in Connecticut with all the fees and the regulations, has to face on a daily basis. There's a new survey out there. Costs, workforce, and uncertainty temper growth expectations. It's a new survey by our friends at CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. Now, get this. Now, we get all these pie-in-the-sky editorials, op-eds in Hearst, in the Hartford Courant, in some other publications, online or print, in the News Junkie and in the Connecticut Mirror about, how wonderful Connecticut is. We have wonderful people. All we need is affordable housing. Okay, yeah. We get that from self-serving leaders, the Democratic majority in Hartford. Let's hear from what business people think. There's a novel idea, huh? Key findings, more than 9 in 10 businesses say the cost of doing business is rising, driven by labor, healthcare, energy, taxes, and compliance costs. Do you ever hear the majority in Hartford say, hey, we have to lower business taxes? No, you never do. Do you hear the majority in Hartford ever say, hey, we've got to lower regulations for these businesses? No, you never do. You just never do. Instead, you get a majority that tries to, pass things like paying strikers who of their own volition or the union wagged a finger at them to go on strike. You don't think that brings some forbearance on what businesses think here? Energy. Yeah, a lot of the business say my utility bills. What are we doing about it? What is the General Assembly doing about it? Do we even have a plan? We don't. 76% of employers report difficulty in hiring and retaining workers with skills gaps and wage expectations as top barriers. 59% say access to affordable quality health care and child care is important. Now this is, and again, you can have all the self-serving news conferences and op-eds you want from the legislative leaders in Hartford and many of our municipal leaders. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Only 12% of businesses think the state's business climate is improving. 47% say it's static. 40% think it's declining. 2/3 of businesses did turn a profit in 2024. 18% broke even. 15% reported losses, 7 points higher than forecast. A lot more coming up here. We'll talk to our friend Chris DiPentima of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association about these survey questions and more coming up right here on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Saturday, September 6th, the Outlaw Music Festival featuring Sheryl Crow at the Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, see Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Thursday, September 11th, it's 10cc at District Music Hall. Friday, September 12th, Sheena Easton plays the Kate in Old Saybrook. Sunday, September 14th, it's Lindsay Sterling at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Tuesday, September 16th, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls play Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, September 17th, it's Steve Winwood at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Friday, September 19th, see Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Monday, September 22nd, the Revivalists play at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Saturday, September 27th, check out Joe at College Street Music Hall.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of Beats.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create our Beats. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
This is a public notice from the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The Commissioner has made a tentative determination to issue a stewardship permit to Manresa Osprey, LLC, located at 1 Manresa Island Road in Norwalk. The permit will require the facility to complete environmental investigation and cleanup and perform any necessary maintenance and monitoring activity. A public meeting and hearing will be held on October 6, 2025, starting at 6 p.m. Interested parties may also join via Zoom. Written comments must be submitted by end of day October 30th, 2025. Details can be found on the public notice page of the DEEP website.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 in Fairfield. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Welcoming back here to the show at 1:15 Chris DiPentima. He is the CEO and president of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, CBIA, as we talk about their new business survey out there. Hey, Chris, it's Paul again at WICC. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, good afternoon. Always great to be on with you, and I love the fact that you pronounce my last name right. You're one of probably 3.5 million people in Connecticut who does it right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. New survey here, rising costs, workforce uncertainty. Chris, it's sad, and it's great you give the business owners a voice here. But, Chris, unfortunately, in your years of doing this, I would think in my years of hosting shows, we seem to have, as great of a place as Connecticut is, with as great of a workforce as it is, we seem to have the same concerns and many of the same troubles from the business owners you talk to that we're just not getting a handle on.
You're absolutely right. We saw a little progress coming out of the pandemic, definitely some more optimism with our 2021, 22, 23, and even the 24 survey responses. I think, at that point in time, talking to businesses, they felt the state's getting its fiscal house in order. There was a sizable tax decrease for residents that happened in the 23 budget just 2 years ago. There was less, compliance and mandates happening on the business community. So there was like, hey, had Connecticut turned the corner? Has it come out of the 08 to 18 period of time where we're doing deficits and tax hikes and chasing people out of the state? Now we finally had some people and businesses coming to the state. But this year's survey showing that we're starting to slip. We're going sideways again. Labor and finding the right workforce continues to be a top issue for businesses. And it's all about cost. And that's something, to your point, that Connecticut struggled with for a decade now, if not more.
Yeah, and it is, Chris, at least to me, doing shows like this and having grown up in Connecticut and followed this story since I started doing news 40 years ago. And my family, we had a family grocery store, and other family members worked at other stores. So I saw this. And Chris, sometimes I wonder, even with all good intentions, if some of the people who make laws in the state really have a grasp of the day-to-day struggles that even a quasi-successful business encounters. I've often wondered about that.
Yeah, I don't think enough of them do, Paul. I often get a perception from policymakers that some, not all, but some view businesses as greedmongers or all about profit. It's coldless, heartless, brick and mortar, and they don't take the time to join us for a legislative tour of a company or to sit down with a management team and realize that there's human beings running those businesses who in Connecticut really care about their employees because they compete based on the skills, knowledge, and innovation of their workforce. We don't compete because we're a low-cost state. We don't compete because we're Florida and we have sunshine and beaches and tourism. We compete on the productivity of our workforce, and as a result, the management team really cares about their employees, and they do whatever they can to keep them, to grow them. But policymakers have this perception that they treat them badly. We need more labor mandates. We need to raise taxes on businesses. They don't care about being higher costs. They'll just figure it out. And unfortunately, like we saw from 2008 to 18, that chases businesses out of the state, that chases jobs out of the state, and that chases people out of the state as a result of that. And we can't go back to those old ways. We've got to reduce the cost of living and doing business in Connecticut.
Chris DiPentima is the guest, the boss, the CEO and executive director of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. Chris, not only this fine survey that you've done, but I say this all the time. You get surveys kind of like this with ratings from the Wall Street Journal and CNBC and Money Watch and ABC and Fox Business. And Chris, I always say to my listeners here, don't think that big CEOs and big CFOs, don't think that they don't read these surveys. And Chris, if you're looking to maybe start something in Connecticut, or you tell your CFO, hey, let's relocate, find me a spot or two in the Northeast, in the Atlantic states, or in the South. I wonder, Chris, if Connecticut ever makes kind of that first or second cut with all these ratings out there, unfortunately, kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, Paul. When it comes to retaining our businesses and recruiting new ones, these are the data points that they look at. And the one thing that probably gets us through the first round when a business is looking to stay or grow in the state or relocate is the workforce. I mean, we do have an incredibly highly educated workforce. We got a great education system, good quality of life. People like that rural living. They wouldn't mind relocating here and their management team here. But then when you peel back the onion and you look at a CNBC report, even though we went up 4 spaces from 32 to 28 this year as far as the best state to do business, the cost of doing business, the cost of living, a sluggish economy, we're still in the bottom five of states in the country. And that's what's going to turn a site selector or a business off. They're going to say, hey, you need to deal with your costs. You need to figure out a way to lower energy. It doesn't have to take place today. What's your plan to reduce energy over the next 10 years? What's your plan to reduce the cost of housing so people who work for me can afford to live in Connecticut over the next 5 to 10 years? What's your plan to reduce taxes over the next period, several period of time? That's the issues they look at. And honestly, this last legislative session, we didn't come up with a good job of policies that will help develop a plan to lower those costs. In fact, we increased business taxes this past legislative session.
Yeah, Chris, it's maddening. And even this thing on energy, I mean, my God, we got from, rockets blowing up on a pad in 1962 and 61 to 8 years later, landing men on the moon. I think if we could do that, Chris, as JFK said, in less than 10 years, we might be able to come up with a cogent energy policy. I don't know. Call me crazy, especially now when you and I probably read every day about these data centers that are looking for sites. I mean, these things, Chris, this is not going to be your garden variety machine shop here. Are we ready for that? I fear that we're not.
That's the craziness about it, as you say, and that's the frustration that we have at CBIA, that the business community has, and I think a lot of residents are starting to have, is that we have this incredible structure, right? We had the bones to be an incredible state: workforce, education, quality of life, mountains, seas, close location to New York and Boston. We have things that other states would kill to have. but we trip over ourselves when it comes to reducing the cost. We can put a man on the moon in 10 years, but we can't reduce energy costs over 20 years. And this has been an issue for 20 years.
I know.
Healthcare. I mean, when 9 out of 10 businesses say that the cost of doing business is rising in Connecticut in our survey, I get concerned that policymakers will just blame the national politics. They'll say, well, that's tariff. But when you look at the issues that the businesses cite, labor, healthcare, energy, taxes, compliance, that's all state issues that the state can control and do something about it. We can reduce the cost of healthcare in Connecticut. Other states are more competitive. We can reduce the cost of energy in Connecticut. Other states are more competitive. This isn't a national challenge. This is a local challenge that just needs to be the priority of our policymakers.
Yeah, and Chris, finally, on the healthcare thing, I mean, everybody's worried now about premiums going up. Yet, Chris, every single time there is a bill put forward to even look at things like something that I know other states do, including blue states, association health plans, where, you know, different types of businesses can get together. Hey, there's 1,000 workers in these machine shops or auto body shops. Let's shop our policy base to Aetna or the Hartford or Travelers. Again, Chris, it gets stomped on by people in the General Assembly. And to which I see that and I ask myself, or I tell myself, well, I guess we're really not serious then. That sort of stuff, Chris, drives me nuts. It absolutely does.
That's a perfect example, Paul. That healthcare cost is right in our control in Connecticut. It's not a national issue. Association health plans allowing chambers of commerce and other associations to pool membership together to look like one big company to drive down their healthcare costs for them and their employees, by the way.
Yeah.
Every resident in Connecticut benefits. You're probably going to affect more than 2 million residents by doing such a policy. Yet it doesn't get taken seriously. It doesn't get prioritized. It can pass very easily at no cost to the state. In fact, it may actually bring revenues into the state and help grow our economy. But it's dismissed because of politics over policy. People who want public health care, who want government-run health care, refuse to acknowledge that this is the way to lower health care costs. And that's what frustrates businesses. That's what frustrates residents.
Check out more. There's a lot more in this survey, folks. CBIA.com, Connecticut Business and Industry Association, President and CEO Chris DiPentima. Chris, great to chat with you again. You have the number, so anytime, drop on in. No problem.
Great, Paul. Always great to be with you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, that one thing. How many? And Chris agreed with me there. Not that that makes me any smarter, but even a guy like that says, "Hey, association health plans." Do you realize, folks? I've talked to you about this. The Democrats in the General Assembly. You're always so partisan. Okay, then don't believe me. Look it up. The Democratic majority in the General Assembly will not advance an idea that is used in a lot of blue states, which allows association health care plans, different associations, different chambers of commerce. I don't know, the Connecticut Transmission Shop Association, the Connecticut Association of Gardeners. You put your numbers together. You go to Aetna, you go to the Travelers, you go to the St. Paul, you go to Blue Cross Blue Shield, say, hey, we got 1,000 member employees here. Give us some rates on health care. Do you know the majority Democrats will not that? They won't allow that in Hartford? Do you know that? Martin Looney, Bob Duff, Julie Kushner, Jason Rojas, Matt Ritter. Why? You know why? Because too many people will be drawn out of the Obamacare exchanges. So instead of giving hundreds of thousands of people in Connecticut a better buy on their health insurance through Association Healthcare, that's not the priority of the Democratic majority in Hartford. Their priority is we have to save Obamacare.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 in Fairfield. Overall on 95, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight, below in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A group of bipartisan lawmakers is standing firm in its demands that the Justice Department release all of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Republican Thomas Massey says the latest release didn't come close.
If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain.
Some of Epstein's victims spoke out today about the many associates of his who haven't been disclosed.
Us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them.
President Trump said today he may send federal troops to Louisiana to combat crime in New Orleans. Oil giant ConocoPhillips says it's planning to lay off up to a quarter of its workforce, thousands of jobs, and a majority of the cuts could happen before the end of the year. On Wall Street today, stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport man who claimed a voodoo spell led him to repeatedly stab his wife has been sentenced to spend 14 years in prison. Jackson Pierre pleaded guilty in July to a first-degree assault charge in connection with the attack on the 43-year-old woman in August of last year. The victim suffered serious injuries and survived. Pierre was arrested later that day as he tried to board a flight to Haiti at JFK International Airport. A Danbury man is sentenced to spend 25 years in federal prison for recording his sexual abuse of a female minor. Prosecutors say Enrique Puca Jimenez sexually abused the victim on multiple occasions between 2020 and 2023. A search of his cell phone later revealed over 30 videos and more than 500 images of child sexual abuse involving the victim. The 34-year-old Puca Jimenez has been detained since his arrest in August of 2023 and still faces related state charges. The arrest warrant for Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo indicates that a voter claims the lawmaker stole his family's votes. Castillo was arraigned yesterday after being charged with ballot tampering. The voter told investigators that Castillo collected the family's absentee ballots in 2023, saying he would complete the ballots and send them in. The voter's son also told police that his signature was forged on his absentee ballot. An Ansonia teenager previously arrested for making thousands of dollars worth of purchases with stolen credit cards is facing new charges. 19-year-old Jacek Gwiazda is facing charges that include burglary, larceny, and payment card theft in the new case. It involves the use of a credit card that was stolen from a vehicle in Wilton in March. The previous charges involved multiple credit cards stolen in the town of Washington that were used to make over $3,000 in purchases. Susan Hamilton is the interim commissioner at the State Department of Children and Families. She takes the place of Jody Hill Lilly, who retired on Monday. This change in leadership comes as DCF has had an increased amount of scrutiny on their policies and procedures following the tragic story of the Waterbury man who allegedly was held captive in his home for over 20 years. Shelton Republican State Senator Jason Perillo recently met with DCF officials to discuss the case.
DCF is just so heavily scrutinized, and they ought to be, right? Like, they're entrusted with the safety of Connecticut's children.
Hamilton previously served as DCF commissioner from 2007 to 2011 and has most recently been the department's general counsel. Governor Ned Lamont said her extensive experience makes Hamilton ready to step immediately in as commissioner. A Connecticut teenager who was arrested by ICE agents at his workplace in July has been released from federal custody. 18-year-old Wilbur Cross High School student Esdras Zabaleta Ramirez was released from a Massachusetts detention center yesterday. The teen issued a statement afterwards saying he's happy to be free and thanking everyone who supported him. Zabaleta Ramirez is one of 2 Connecticut teens who have been detained by ICE in the past few months. Multiple state officials have been critical of the action, and just last week at Bridgeport Public Schools' convocation ceremony, Governor Ned Lamont criticized the actions taken by the agency.
Because there's still some folks who are not coming back to school. And I got to say, the feds are not making it any easier either. You're safe in our schools. You're safe in our Bridgeport schools. We want you here in these schools. We're going to protect you.
Zabaleta Ramirez was arrested by ICE during an operation at a Southington car wash. A committee to help find a new superintendent of schools in Stamford was scheduled to meet today. The team planned to discuss finding a search firm that will help find a suitable replacement for the current superintendent, Dr. Tamu Lucero, who is set to leave at the end of the school year. The committee will review submissions, conduct interviews, and recommend a finalist to the Board of Education no later than November. Notre Dame High School in West Haven has welcomed female students into the classroom for the first time. 50 girls are now attending the Catholic high school, 40 freshmen, and 10 transferring sophomores. Notre Dame's freshman class of 164 students is its largest in decades. Notre Dame spent around $14 million on renovations to the school building to prepare for the arrival of female students. The University of Connecticut is reporting record enrollment for the new academic year. UConn is reporting that over 25,000 students are enrolled in all of the campuses. Over 20,000 of those students are enrolled at the Storrs campus. Over 62,000 applications were received for UConn's class of 2029, which was the most in school history. And the former New Canaan home of Paul Simon that he sold to actor Richard Gere has now been demolished. The house has been razed to make way for a subdivision development project. Paul Simon and his wife, Edie Brickell, owned the home for nearly 20 years, and Gere purchased the property in 2022. The land will now be subdivided into 9 lots of sizes ranging between 2 and 5 acres. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound into New Haven. An accident between exit 41 and 42 has things backing up into Milford on the Upper Merritt. Southbound, an accident reported just past the Sikorsky Bridge. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, plan on at least an hour and 15 from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound isn't a whole lot of help. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And then Crash WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, our pal Dan Haar coming up. Hearst, Connecticut Media, quarter past the next hour. A lot of stuff on Dan's plate today, including how Governor Ned Lamont and Connecticut's going to deal with the Trump White House here. And the fact that the governor is kind of saying, hey, let's pump the brakes a little here. Let's not act like it's the end of the world. And to that end, I don't know whether you remember, well, I've been saying this for the past couple of weeks, about these mayors, whether it's Muriel Bowser in D.C., whether it's Brandon Johnson in Chicago. Now they're talking about Baltimore. Now they're talking about New Orleans here. Of course, Louisiana being a red state. And what the tact... What the tact politically should be. And I talked with a couple of you folks about this on one or two calls, saying, hey, and I've been a guy out there saying, hey, if the Democrats want to not get branded with being soft on crime, they got to call Trump's bluff. Call his bluff. Say, hey, Mr. President, we understand kind of what's going on here. You're trying to flex a little bit. You know, and it would do us well if we could come up with something. So earlier today, this was either yesterday or today. I think it was today. Although it might have been yesterday. I got to check the timestamp on the clip. Hardly a conservative. Well, a former Republican, I guess. Joe Scarborough, MSNBC. Joe Scarborough admitting that whether you like Trump or not, whether you hate him or love him, whether he's Beelzebub or the Pope, my words, not his. Even Joe Scarborough saying, yeah, he's kind of got some of these Democratic lawmakers now boxed into a corner on crime. But there's a way that both sides can come out looking good here. And he explained that on his program earlier today, if I can press the proper button. There we go.
You have leaders in Chicago that see this, as you say. We've been reading about this for years now. Every weekend, and maybe crime has gone down. But, we had the mayor of Chicago on last week saying, oh, we don't need any more police officers. Police officers aren't the answer. No police officers. I think he said no 5 times. You look what's happening this weekend. You look so, I actually think that J.B. Pritzker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president, and say, and I know, you don't have the constitutional authority to deploy the National Guard here and to police my. You can do that in D.C., you can't do that in Chicago. But let's partner up. These are the most dangerous parts of my state. We would love to figure out how to have a partnership that's constitutional, that respects the sort of balance of federalism between the federal government and the state government. And let's work together to save lives. Because right now, just hey, nothing to see here moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. Well, protect their lives. That's protecting their dignity. It would be radical for us to figure out a way to actually do what I've been saying from the very beginning on Washington, and that is seeing politicians creating partnerships that protect their people.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. Brandon Johnson is incompetent. Like Joe Scarborough and believe me, Joe Scarborough's no Trump lover, but he's right. And I'm saying this, he's not, but I will say it, Brandon Johnson is the most incompetent mayor in America. He's got a beautiful city there, and even Joe Scarborough said in that interview they did with him, no more cops, no more. What kind of mayor says, I don't want any more policemen? See, you folks who hate Trump this, Trump that, and we'll get into the Epstein files in a little bit. But stop saying no more cops. Stop, because they will use that on you in 2026, in 2028, and in 2030. Stop it. I don't know how to tell you to say it, but stop it and figure something out. Because you know what? When as many people like Mayor Incompetent there, Brandon Johnson, a tool of the teachers' unions, he gets up there and keeps saying, no more cops, no more cops. It's about housing and this. No, stop it. And Pritzker's probably there saying, oh, this guy. Oh, mod on. I don't know if Pritzker says mod on or not. But you Democratic lawmakers, stop the pushback against cops. BLM doesn't matter anymore. Stop catering to those forces. Stop backing yourselves in a corner to where Trump or any other Republican's going to say, well, you know what? Look, we're trying to stop people from getting killed. You got to stop saying, no, it's about housing.
The Center for Family Justice proudly presents the 28th Annual Speaking of Women Luncheon, featuring Beverly Gooden, September 9th at the Waterview in Monroe. Beverly Gooden is an author, activist, and creator of the viral social media movement, #WhyIStayed. Speaking of Women helps CFJ provide crisis and supportive services to victims of domestic and sexual violence in 6 local communities. For tickets and info, visit centerforfamilyjustice.org.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed mixed today. The Dow closing off its low after falling more than 200 points, finishing down 24.5 to 45,271. The S&P advanced by 32 to 64.48, and the Nasdaq was up 218 points, with Google and Apple rallying sharply along with other big tech. Google getting a favorable court ruling that pushed the stock substantially higher. Now, we did see an uptick both in layoffs and job openings, and the Fed's so-called beige book, a measure of economic activity over the last 6 weeks, showed some slowing in the economy, but prices going up as a result of tariffs. Still, 10-year note yield slipped to 4.22%. The dollar weakened. Oil slid $1.67 to $63.92 a barrel, while gold showing concern about inflation and rising deficits, up $28 to a record $3,620 the ounce. We still have more economic data due out tomorrow in the way of ADP's estimate of how many private sector jobs were created. Jobless claims coming tomorrow as well. And then Friday, the unemployment report. Still, some concern about where the Fed goes from here as well.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound into New Haven. An accident between exit 41 and 42 has things backing up into Milford on the Upper Merritt. Southbound, an accident reported just past the Sikorsky Bridge. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, plan on at least an hour and 15 from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound isn't a whole lot of help. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Crass WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Tell you another judge with Trump derangement syndrome here. A federal judge has invalidated the Trump White House freeze of $2.2 billion worth of federal grants to Harvard, handing the school a major legal victory. Now, listen to this. You talk about, now, I'm no lawyer here, but you talk about a verbal twister here. This is from the Hill here. U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs, an Obama nominee, no surprise, they'll take this to the Supreme Court, restored the funding to Harvard after the school and employee groups sued, arguing it ran afoul of constitutional free speech protections in federal law. Now, understand something. We're talking about anti-Semitism here. We're talking about blatant anti-Semitism on campuses like Harvard and Columbia with that other, don't get me going on this, Mahmoud Khalil, this Hamas-supporting professional rabble-rouser there. We're talking about anti-Semitism here. And you know that if this was anti-black, if it was anti-Hispanic, if it was anti-Muslim, it would never be tolerated. But again, this is Trump derangement syndrome. Now, listen to this quote. Now, again, I'm no lawyer, but listen to this quote. Defendants and the president are right to combat anti-Semitism and to use all lawful means to do so. Harvard was wrong to tolerate hateful behavior for as long as it did. Okay. So the judge is saying, yeah, this is bad. Harvard has a real bad anti-Semitism problem. Now, here's where she goes into Trump derangement syndrome. The record here, however, does not reflect that fighting anti-Semitism was the defendant's true aim in acting against Harvard. Okay, now that's the first part of a tangled sentence. So here's a federal judge saying, yeah, the anti-Semitism is bad. It was there, and even the school admitted it. The record here, however, does not reflect that fighting anti-Semitism was the defendant's true aim in acting against Harvard. Okay? And you're like, all right, and listen to this. And then she adds, and even if it were, like, yeah, even if Trump was like mildly real about this, combating anti-Semitism cannot be accomplished on the backs of the First Amendment. Oh my God! So basically, she said she doesn't suggest how to combat this, and she doesn't believe Trump. That's what she's saying. Even though she admits that there's anti-Semitism. Even Harvard's own president, who's Jewish, said, yeah, the place you run has an anti-Semitism problem. And you get all these idiots, free Palestine, ding, 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 and harassing Jews. So Trump says, wait a minute, you got to stop this or you're not getting your federal money. But then you get a judge who says, oh, it's the first. Really? It's the First Amendment to be anti-Semitic and to harass you? Really? Would you say the same thing if those protests were geared toward blacks, Judge? Would you say that? Would you say the same thing if those protests were anti-Hispanic? Would you say that? Would you be saying the same thing if perish the thought that those were anti-Muslim protests at Harvard? Would you say that? The Hill has reached out to Harvard and the White House for comment. So the judge is saying, hey, yeah, there's bad anti-Semitism there, but you can't withhold money to make this a penalty. Federal money, that's our taxpayer money, right? Federal grants to universities. Doesn't it come out of the same kitty? Maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But this is funny. The record here does not reflect that fighting anti-Semitism was the defendant's true aim in acting against Harvard. So this is a judge saying, yeah, Trump probably doesn't care about anti-Semitism. And then she writes, but even if it were, combating anti-Semitism cannot be accomplished on the backs of the First Amendment. So what ways do we do this, Judge? You tell me. You admit there's anti-Semitism there. You say that you don't think Trump cares about anti-Semitism, and even if he does, it's a First Amendment issue. Really? Really? So hopefully, let's see what happens here. Let's have a nice anti-Muslim or anti-black or anti-Hispanic demonstration on an Ivy League campus coming up. Let's see how that ends. How should that end? And I'm not condoning those. But if that was the case, you would never get a ruling on this. Because this judge is like, well, yeah, and even if it is as bad as it is, I don't think Trump is sincere. And you wonder why he won twice, and he would have won a third time. Really? Anti-Semitism cannot be accomplished on the backs of the First Amendment. So it's okay to say anything? Well, it's a First Amendment issue. Really? So I can go on a private university and say the ugliest anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, anti-black, anti-Hispanic thing. I can just go say that because it's the First Amendment. So there's no limits? When does the First Amendment stray from being a First Amendment versus harassment? Like other schools don't allow. And you got the president of Harvard, who's a Jewish gentleman, who says, yeah, we have a problem here. You run the place. Fire them. Oh, we can't do that. Why not? If there was a big anti-Muslim movement in at Harvard or any other school, you think those students would be around in a week? Come on, please. We didn't all fall off the turnip truck the other day. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound into New Haven. An accident between exit 41 and 42 has things backing up into Milford on the Upper Merritt. Southbound, an accident reported just past the Sikorsky Bridge. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, plan on at least an hour and 15 from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound isn't a whole lot of help. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Cable. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And then Crest WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, coming up next hour, we got our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar. I also found something interesting, a very, very prominent national pollster. You've heard this guy before. He's been on cable news for years. And he talked about something else I mentioned the other day. How he gets incredibly different response levels and approval levels on different questions he asks people. If he and parallel questions as to, policies and what you like, would you like this? Almost the same questions with and without Donald Trump's name. And we're not talking, he said, 2 or 3 point variations in either way. He said this is fascinating. He said he's never seen a variation before when he presents just a policy, ABC, and he does that again, ABC, which is proposed by the Trump White House. We'll give you those numbers coming up, because I saw those numbers, and this guy's pretty reputable. I'm like, is this really? Honestly?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A group of Jeffrey Epstein accusers demanded today the Justice Department release all of the files in the case.
Our government could have saved so many women, but Jeffrey Epstein was too important, and those women didn't matter. Why? Well, we matter now. We are here today. And we are speaking, and we are not going to stop speaking.
CBS's Scott McFarland.
There hasn't been full transparency, they say, that there are clients who have not been brought to justice potentially. These files could help ensure justice. But also, just the broader issue, these victims don't believe they've been heard. They don't believe they've had quite the forum or the platform to say what happened to them.
President Trump again today called it a Democrat hoax. He also said today he could send troops to more cities struggling with crime. Linda Kenyon reports.
President Trump says sending troops into Washington, D.C. has been so successful, he's ready to branch out.
We're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem.
The president insisted Democratic governors and mayors who don't want the troops in their cities should think again.
Florida plans to become the first state to eliminate vaccine mandates, including for children to attend schools. Correspondent Matt Piper reports.
Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo cast current requirements in schools and elsewhere as immoral.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
He says his department will work with lawmakers to make it happen.
The governors of Oregon, Washington, and California are forming a new public health partnership aimed at preserving access to vaccines. The governors of those states say the CDC's become a political tool that increasingly peddles ideology instead of science. Sabrina Cupid reports hundreds of current and former Health and Human Services employees have penned a letter demanding Robert F. Kennedy Jr. resign.
This letter is being sent out on the day before Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is set to testify before the Senate Finance Committee.
In the letter, which is addressed to Kennedy and members of Congress, it says the secretary, quote, continues to endanger the nation's health, and our oath requires us to speak out when the Constitution is violated and the American people are put at risk.
The Powerball prize stands at $1.4 billion. The drawings tonight, there have been 40 consecutive drawings without anyone matching all of the game's 6 numbers. A lot of folks are dreaming about what they'll do when they win.
I'm going to hide because there's going to be plenty of people looking for me. I don't know where they're going to be coming from.
And this just in, a judge has reversed the Trump administration's cuts of billions of dollars to Harvard. On Wall Street, stocks were mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Danbury man is sentenced to spend 25 years in federal prison for recording his sexual abuse of a female minor. Prosecutors say Enrique Puca Jimenez sexually abused the victim on multiple occasions between 2020 and 2023. A search of his cell phone later revealed over 30 videos and more than 500 images of child sexual abuse involving the victim. The 34-year-old Puca Jimenez has been detained since his arrest in August of 2023 and still faces related state charges. An Ansonia teenager previously arrested for making thousands of dollars worth of purchases with stolen credit cards is facing new charges. 19-year-old Jacek Gwiazda is facing charges that include burglary, larceny, and payment card theft in the new case. It involves the use of a credit card that was stolen from a vehicle in Wilton in March. The previous charges involved multiple credit cards stolen in the town of Washington that were used to make over $3,000 in purchases. The University of Connecticut is reporting record enrollment for the new academic year. UConn is reporting that over 25,000 students are enrolled in all of the campuses. Over 20,000 of those students are enrolled at the Storrs campus. Over 62,000 applications were received for UConn's class of 2029, which was the most in school history. And Notre Dame High School in West Haven has welcomed female students into the classroom for the first time. 50 girls are now attending the Catholic high school, 40 freshmen, and 10 transferring sophomores. Notre Dame's freshman class of 164 students is its largest in decades. Notre Dame spent around $14 million on renovations to the school building to prepare for the arrival of female students. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident exit 13, and on the Upper Merritt northbound an accident approaching the Sikorsky Bridge has things backing up to Route 8. 95 northbound well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, accident remains between exit 41 and 42, has things backing up to about the Milford Mall. Southbound on 95, crawling from the 91 merge all the way down to the accident site at exit 41. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, and Heidi Ho, how is everyone there, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Great to have you around for hour number 4. Where were you for hours 1, 2, and 3? No, I know a lot of you were there. I know. And we started the show out today with just a crazy notion from me. I know. Some days I just freelance here, freestyle. What are the rappers calling it? Freestyle. Where you hear the music and you just start rapping and hopefully something cogent pops out. I was talking earlier today about, hey, what about open primaries in the state? Reason being that a week from now on Wednesday, September 10th, we'll be looking at likely some lousy, awful turnout numbers from the previous days or nights municipal primaries coming up on the 9th, next Tuesday. Now, again, these aren't statewide with the governor's race, the lieutenant governor, treasurer, comptroller. That's all next year. Congress is next year. The General Assembly is next year, 2026. Remember, odd years in the state are cities and towns and boroughs and all that sort of thing. But I can almost guarantee you, and maybe I'll be surprised, maybe I'll be wrong, I often am. But I can almost guarantee you that the turnout numbers are going to be bad. And I have always wondered. I've wondered away, speaking to myself as I do in the middle of the night, staring at the popcorn ceiling in my bedroom, wondering, hey, what about if we had open primaries? Yeah, some say about 1/3 of the country has open primaries. Be surprised. That means that on primary day, you wouldn't have to be registered with one party or another. You can say, hey, I just want to vote in this primary or that primary. A lot of folks don't like it. I don't know. A lot of states do it. It's not like Connecticut would be an outlier here. It's not like this is straying into the whole realm or the notion of say something like ranked choice voting. But I've always wondered about open primaries. In fact, our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT, a pretty straightforward primary question I have for you that I set up today. Primary day is set for next Tuesday, September 9th. Should we move from the closed primaries we have now, that a lot of, states have in the nation, to open primaries, allowing non-party members to vote? I don't know. Look, I'm just trying to help the Republic. That's all I'm doing. So you can chime in on that, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. A couple of people have chimed in. I got a hi, Paul, no to open primaries. Independent registered voters exceed Republican registration in Connecticut by almost 2-1. With that much ideological dilution in the primary, voters, excellent Republican candidates like Rob Sampson would never even get to a general election. All right, listen. Either way, it's a point of contention. All right, let's talk to our buddy, our pal, Dan Hart. A lot to talk about with Dan coming up. Hearst Connecticut Media, straight ahead.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident, exit 13, and on the Upper Merritt northbound, an accident approaching the Sikorsky Bridge has things backing up to Route 8. 95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, accident remains between exit 41 and 42, has things backing up to about the Milford Mall. Southbound on 95, crawling from the 91 merge all the way down to the accident site at exit 41. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, at quarter past. Back to open phones and text messages later on to 333-9422. I alluded to a story yesterday, knowing we talked to Dan Hard today about the special session supposedly coming up, and an allusion in his story to maybe doing things with the Trust Act as well again. So he's here now to talk about that and more. Hearst, Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist Dan Har. Mr. Har, good afternoon, sir, and how are you today?
I'm doing great. Did you mean an allusion or an illusion?
Allusion.
There might be an allusion, but there also might be an illusion. It might never happen.
Yeah, so, and I've been talking to a couple of people in the know who would know, and I'm like, okay, so when is this special session? And they've told me, I don't know. So inform my listeners about this. What's going on?
Let me get you all up to speed on the special session. Okay. Originally, the idea was sometime in late August or September, have a special session to figure out ways to spend state money, which we have, there's surpluses, as all of your listeners know, on things that the Trump administration is cutting. Medicaid, food aid, fuel aid. There's a lot of, as you know, worry about fuel assistance. Let's get these things financed to the degree that we can. And then the governor went and vetoed the housing bill. So the thought was, well, gee whiz, by September, we're certain to have a new housing bill negotiated because the governor told us we would have one. And I think we're all waiting on pins and needles for that, but that hasn't happened yet. And now all of a sudden there's a potential federal government shutdown October 1st. And while that will not affect the Connecticut budget directly, it might lead to some sort of compromise plan between the Democrats and the Republicans that will lead to let's avoid the government shutdown by funding X, Y, and Z, or by defunding X, Y, and Z. So the latest thinking is, A, the housing bill as renegotiated by the governor is not done, and it ain't going to be done in September.
Wow.
Right? Because there's I don't know to break the bad news to your listeners, but progress on that is not going well. So,
I'm shocked. Dan, hold up. Let me pick myself off the floor. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So the governor vetoed the housing bill, and now he's trying to get a new housing bill, and he's finding that for the same reason that they couldn't reach an agreement in the session, he can't reach an agreement now.
Wow.
So we got that.
Yeah.
Now, so for all of these reasons, they're thinking October. And there is a lot, as I reported yesterday, the heart of what I wrote is there is tremendous pressure from the progressive wing of the party, of the Democratic Party, which is to say much of the Democratic Party, to do something to help slow down these ICE raids for immigrants who are not charged with any crime and who are being picked up in state courthouses. Maybe they're charged with a minor crime. As you obviously know, some people are being picked up at the time of their interview for a green card, which seems like dirty pool. And so isn't there something we can do? And one of the things they can do is address state courthouse interdiction by the feds.
Yeah.
Another thing they can do, as Representative Staffstrom told me, he's the judiciary chairman, is data sharing. You know, how much data sharing do we do now, and how much can we stop doing? And that's really where we are.
All right, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. All right, now Dan, I know, things don't get really rough in your Tony Little neighborhood there in West Hartford. You don't anticipate any National Guard troops in West Hartford, do you? And I know the governor has kind of said, well, if we need them, we'll call you. What's up with that?
Well, my daughter Rachel and my friend John were just here to help me move an air conditioner unit. Does that count as help?
Well, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't. No, the governor is walking a fine line in this.
Yeah.
You know, all kidding aside, the governor is walking a fine line because he knows he has to, unlike Chris Murphy and Blumenthal and Martin Looney, the governor has to play ball with the White House, right? He's got a state to run. And so he can't just do everything he can to stop and block and sue. He has to work with them. And so he's doing the best he can to be critical of the White House's irrational policies, such as sending the National Guard into cities that really need money for more community policing, perhaps, but not National Guard. He did sign the first letter, but not the second letter, the one about Los Angeles.
Yeah.
He issued, as you saw, a statement yesterday when the appeals court ruled that the Los Angeles deployment was illegal. He issued a statement approving that. But don't forget, and this isn't coming from anybody but my own head, and you can weigh in on that, how much do you think the governor, if he started to sound like Chris Murphy, how likely would the White House be to play ball with him on Revolution Wind and getting that wind tower back up and running? The governor he's going hat in hand right now to the White House saying, listen, guys, I know you don't like wind power, but you shut down a project that was already $1 billion in the ground. That makes no sense. Can we please restart that and go trouble somebody else someplace else?
So do you know, Dan, offhand, are these talks actually underway? And what could Ned Lamont, in a serious tone here, what could he schmooze the Trump White House with? How would that work? What do you think?
Wait, you mean you don't think the column I wrote about giving them Greenwich is serious? Are you saying that was not a serious column?
Well, I don't like to make judgments.
But I think what he could do is, and this is unpalatable to the people of Connecticut, but he could make promises about the sanctuary city issue.
Wow.
He could make promises about Medicaid. Listen, the next thing that you're going to see in 2026 when it starts to happen is blue states are going to, and I haven't heard this from anybody, it's just me, but I think blue states who are going to be responsible for throwing people off Medicaid if they haven't worked 20 hours every month, how hard do you think the state of Connecticut Department of Social Services is going to work to throw people off Medicaid, right?
Yeah.
They're not like, did you work 20 hours today? Yeah, I worked 20. Thank you very much. And so there are all kinds of overlay issues. Transportation, right? Look at highways, right? We've got $5 billion that's in the pipeline on infrastructure, which is for transit and highways. How much of that do you think the Trump wants to see in transit versus highways, right? So there are lots of things the governor could promise that are serious.
Interesting. And again, you mentioned, too, I know there's always considerations, Dan. You mentioned Medicaid, SNAP benefits, too, limits on that, food share. So you're on, boy, the next couple of months, you talk about just tons and tons of bricks here that could hit really hard on several fronts.
Yeah, now, if you're a political writer, the fall of the odd year is supposed to be kind of a nice, easy time off.
Yes.
This isn't shaping up that way.
Wow. Yeah, because, that odd year is supposed to be, we'll do nothing more than name a post office after somebody. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's no session and there's no election.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be a busy fall.
Interesting. And let me ask you again, because I'm fascinated by this race, and I had a couple of other guests on who brought it up. Your congressional race there in the 1st District, anything different shaking out over the past week? Any rumblings, any whisperings you're hearing? Or are we still kind of in a money mode here with Jillian Gilchrist, John Larson, and Luke Bronin?
Somebody who was a panelist on our friend Tom Judchick's show Sunday morning said that there's another shoe to drop with another significant candidate coming. But the problem with that is that it's hard to figure out where another candidate is going to fit.
Significant.
Right? Because you've got 5 people, 4 already challenging Larson, and 2 of them are sort of blue chip in the system. One is a sort of a moderate to liberal, well-established, easy to raise money Democrat. That's Luke Bronin.
Yeah.
And the other is a further left Democrat who's going to have a hard time raising money, but who, because of her gender and her position on the issues, is going to stand out from the 2 men that are front runners in the race. So where does somebody fit in? Right? Yeah. There isn't. For example, I don't want to start picking, this demographic or that demographic, but it's already a crowded race with the 5 people that are in there.
And 5 people, I mean, theoretically, Dan, if you break down the numbers, with 5 people, you could win with 25, 26%. I don't know why. And somebody else extra. Wow.
Well, that's right. But you still, by the way, that 25 or 26%, what does a primary get? We haven't had a primary, in my entire career of covering this district. I don't believe Barbara Kennelly ever had a primary until she stepped down in 1998.
Yeah.
If she did, it wasn't of consequence.
No.
Right? So this seat has been held by one or another, Barbara Kennelly or John Larson, since 1982.
Wow.
He was elected in 1982.
Wow.
Right? And if there's been a primary in that time, I don't know. So what does a primary turnout look like? Well, I don't know, 200,000. I think you could win with 40,000 votes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And while that sounds like not that much, getting 40,000 people from a congressional district to a poll is not so easy.
For a primary, no, absolutely not. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, is always great stuff, and enjoy the rest of the week, and we will chat next week, sir. Thank you.
Have a great week.
All right, thank you, Dan. Dan Haar there. Wow, another boy. That 1st congressional district is going to be, folks, I'm telling you, and that's Greater Hartford. Once you get up above Meriden, but that's a fascinating district there. You've got old John Larson there. I don't mean he's old, but he's not our old buddy, John Larson. He's trying to hold 4 or 5 people off because they're saying, John, love you, but you're 77. You froze up a couple of times, and it's Time to step aside and enjoy the golden years.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident, exit 13, and on the Upper Merritt northbound, an accident approaching the Sikorsky Bridge has things backing up to Route 8. 95 northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, accident remains between exit 41 and 42, has things backing up to about the Milford Mall. Southbound on 95, crawling from the 91 merge all the way down to the accident site at exit 41. 84 eastbound side, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Saturday, September 6th, the Outlaw Music Festival featuring Sheryl Crow at the Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, see Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Thursday, September 11th, it's 10cc at District Music Hall. Friday, September 12th, Sheena Easton plays the Kate in Old Saybrook. Sunday, September 14th, it's Lindsey Sterling at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Tuesday, September 16th, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls play Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, September 17th, it's Steve Winwood at the Capitol Theater in Port Chester. Friday, September 19th, see Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Monday, September 22nd, the Revivalists play the Capitol Theater in Port Chester. Saturday, September 27th, check out Joe at College Street Music Hall.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers spoke out today, joined by a bipartisan group of lawmakers demanding the Justice Department release all of the Epstein files.
Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors?
In Israel, protesters clashed with police over the latest call-up of reservists. The UN is warning about the consequences of the expanded offensive in Gaza.
Further intensification of the continued offensive on Gaza City amid ongoing famine will push civilians even deeper into catastrophe.
Ryan Berg of the Center for Strategic and International Studies is questioning the U.S. strike at an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean yesterday.
There was no Coast Guard asking to board a ship. There was no Coast Guard rules of engagement where a ship would have a chance to surrender. There was simply a strike.
Video footage shows the vessel suddenly engulfed in an inferno. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The arrest warrant for Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo indicates that a voter claims the lawmaker stole his family's votes. Castillo was arraigned yesterday after being charged with ballot tampering. The voter told investigators that Castillo collected the family's absentee ballots in 2023, saying he would complete the ballots and send them in. The voter's son also told police that his signature was forged on his absentee ballot. A Bridgeport man who claimed a voodoo spell led to him repeatedly stabbing his wife has been sentenced to spend 14 years in prison. Jackson Pierre pleaded guilty in July to a first-degree assault charge in connection with the attack on the 43-year-old woman in August of last year. The victim suffered serious injuries and survived. Pierre was arrested later that day as he tried to board a flight to Haiti at JFK International Airport. A Connecticut teenager who was arrested by ICE agents at his workplace in July has been released from federal custody. 18-year-old Wilbercross High School student Esdras Zabaleta Ramirez was released from a Massachusetts detention center yesterday. The teen issued a statement afterwards saying he's happy to be free and thanking everyone who supported him. Zabaleta Ramirez is one of 2 Connecticut teens who have been detained by ICE in the past few months. Multiple state officials have been critical of the action, and just last week at Bridgeport Public Schools' convocation ceremony, Governor Ned Lamont criticized the actions taken by the agency.
Because there's still some folks who are not coming back to school. And I got to say, the feds are not making it any easier either. You're safe in our schools. You're safe in our Bridgeport schools. We want you here in these schools. We're going to protect you.
Zabaleta Ramirez was arrested by ICE during an operation at a Southington car wash. Susan Hamilton is the interim commissioner at the State Department of Children and Families. She takes the place of Jody Hill Lilly, who retired on Monday. This change in leadership comes as DCF has had an increased amount of scrutiny on their policies and procedures following the tragic story of the Waterbury man who allegedly was held captive in his home for over 20 years. Shelton Republican State Senator Jason Perillo recently met with DCF officials to discuss the case.
DCF is just so heavily scrutinized, and they ought to be, right? Like, they're entrusted with the safety of Connecticut's children.
Hamilton previously served as DCF commissioner from 2007 to 2011 and has most recently been the department's general counsel. Governor Ned Lamont said her extensive experience makes Hamilton ready to step immediately in as commissioner. A committee to help find a new superintendent of schools in Stamford was scheduled to meet today. The team planned to discuss finding a search firm that will help find a suitable replacement for the current superintendent, Dr. Tamu Lucero, who is set to leave at the end of the school year. The committee will review submissions, conduct interviews, and recommend a finalist to the Board of Education no later than November. Early voting has begun in Connecticut. It began yesterday and will go through Sunday. The traditional primary election day is Tuesday, September 9th, with polls open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are races for municipal offices in various communities statewide. Voters must be registered with a political party in order to vote in the primary. The deadline to affiliate in person at a local registrar's office is 12 noon next Monday. The Fairfield Republican Town Committee has unanimously endorsed State Senator Tony Wong as the Republican candidate for First Selectman. A special election has not yet been called, but the RTC reports that they already have more than enough signatures to petition for one. Fairfield attorney James Baldwin spoke about the legal process.
Petitioners must gather 5% of the electors to sign and petition for a special election. They must complete that process within 15 days.
Despite potentially moving from a state to a local leadership role, at a news conference last week in which he announced his candidacy, Senator Wong expressed an eagerness to serve his community in the role of First Selectman.
Public service in any role is noble and enriching. And yes, as a state senator, we have a platform. But being able to come back home to a community that we have lived in for over 25 years, it's not a sideway move. It is one that my heart tells me.
The former New Canaan home of Paul Simon that he sold to actor Richard Gere has now been demolished. The house has been razed to make way for a subdivision development project. Paul Simon and his wife, Edie Brickell, owned the home for nearly 20 years, and Gere purchased the property in 2022. The land will now be subdivided into 9 lots of sizes ranging between 2 and 5 acres. And the nightclub Shrine has closed at Foxwoods Resort Casino after operating for over 17 years. The entertainment group that ran Shrine has also announced that the restaurant Red Lantern at Foxwoods is also closed. Shrine opened in 2008 and Red Lantern began operating in 2013. It's unclear what will be brought in to occupy the spaces that have been left vacant by the closures. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported between the Sikorsky Bridge and Route 8. On 95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. On the 825 connector southbound, you're jamming going into the 95 splits. No accident reported there. Further ahead on 95, residual delays both directions through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf, all stemming from an earlier accident that has been cleared. 84 eastbound side, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I have said this before, and I maintain this, and you can chime in on this if you like. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You got to release these Epstein files. You have to. And this is the kind of thing that makes this really interesting here. Now, let me say this. I couldn't care less if I tried if the Epstein files brought down Donald Trump and everybody around him. I don't care. I don't care. Did you hear me the first time I said it? I don't care. Now, he says, well, innocent people may be hurt. Well, you know what? You can, no. You can make sure innocent people aren't hurt, Mr. President. And if you look at this, this is a bipartisan thing now. There's something going on here. Now, I know what some people are going to say. Well, why didn't Biden release them? Valid question, although they said a judge prohibited the Biden people from releasing them, even in the context of preventing Trump from being elected. I don't know. But you're hearing on our coverage here, top and bottom of the hour from CBS. I'm watching all the news channels. You have a combination of Republicans and Democrats saying release the files. Take the hit and release the files. Now, what's in those things? Who knows? But the thing that is really interesting here is that this is not strictly one side or the other. And you have now some rank-and-file Republican House members who are openly butting heads with their leader in the lower chamber, Mike Johnson, right? Mike Johnson's out there, well, we shouldn't do this. The White House says you shouldn't do this. Yet you got a lot of Republicans across the spectrum here. A lot of them are saying, hey, these files ought to be released. Now, again, I'm sure there are things in these files that would really, I don't know, nauseate, disgust people, maybe bring down some mighty people. Go right ahead and do it. We're big boys. We're big girls here. We can figure this out. Now, some of it may have national security implications. Okay, whatever. But again, when I look at this, I use the old theory of why nuclear weapons have not been used since those weeks in 1945, which we just observed, the anniversaries of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We've never used it again. Never used them again. We have thousands of them. And there is a theory of mad, mutually assured destruction. And I maintain that I think that's what's going on here. I think there are Republicans who know that there are some of their people in there and a lot of powerful Democrats. And I know there are a lot of Democrats who know there are some people mentioned in those files and a lot of powerful Republicans. And I just think that And look, Trump brought this up. He brought it on himself on the campaign trail. We're going to open the Epstein files, complete transparency. Well, that never happens. The UFO, I'm sure there's UFO stuff that has never been released. You know, they said on second thought, well, some of the people are still alive with the Jack Kennedy thing, so we're going to have to wait on that. And even if they wait, even if everybody dies in connection with the Kennedy assassination, let's say we wait another 20, 30, because how old? 1963, so that would make it 62 years ago. So somebody could have been greasing up that operation and been in their 20s. So you'd have to wait at least another 20 years. Somebody could now be in their 80s, 70s, or 80s who was, an operative back then. And come on. Honestly, do you think if there's anything in the FBI files or the CIA files on Jack Kennedy, it's like, yeah, by the way, we had a rogue bunch of guys and gals in the CIA. We killed him. You think that would ever meet the light of day? They'll keep a written account of that in some vault in a mountain in West Virginia somewhere. Where that's all the files with that continuity of government thing in case there is a nuke. But there's something here now. You have all these survivors saying, "Hey, the government, we know what they're hiding here." Wow, I mean, why just do it? Well, what if it brings down the government? We'll be fine. Trust me, we'll be fine. We'll pick up the mess. We'll order pizza. We'll get some Diet Cokes, and we'll figure it out. We'll be fine.
Hand me those binoculars. Wow, those are some big bucks.
Big bucks.
Biggest I've seen.
Just waiting to be scratched. Play the new Big Bucks, Mega Bucks, and Jumbo Bucks scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery for a chance at up to $100,000. Overall odds by game: Big Bucks 1 in 4.06, Mega Bucks 1 in 3.89, Jumbo Bucks 1 in 3.65. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported between the Sikorsky Bridge and Route 8 on 95 or the Parkway northbound. Plan on well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield on the 825 connector southbound. You're jamming going into the 95 splits. No accident reported there. Further ahead on 95, residual delays both directions through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf, all stemming from an earlier accident that has been cleared. 84 eastbound side, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight, below in the mid to upper 50s. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny again with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm going to wrap up here. A couple of calls. I got a fascinating piece I read the other day. It turns out when you mention certain crime initiatives and you don't mention Donald Trump, you mention just the, hey, do you approve of this? And then a certain pollster whose name you will remember quite well says the exact same thing with Trump's name. The point swing in this is just, it's wild. And Jack in Stanford's here. Jack, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you and the listeners doing?
Oh, it's heaven here, buddy. What can I tell you?
Hey, don't worry. I'm still trying to get that private equity so I can get one share so I can go in there and make sure you're working properly.
Yeah, it's all right. I think we're okay. I think I'm all right.
Sure.
I think I'm all right.
I mean, it's just this whole thing about just release the files already so we can move on. And the same with the Kennedy. Nobody cares.
I just think, Jack, there's stuff. I think there's stuff in there that's just people are gonna go, oh
we
my
then
God.
Put it out there.
Yeah.
We're big boys,
Yeah.
and who cares? We're going to move on, and that's
Yeah.
it. I mean, honestly, it doesn't bring down Mick Jagger when he's with these young girls, or Jimmy Page, or even let's do the better. JFK was
yeah.
And let's not forget Bill Clinton, who actually admitted to it and everything else. And there's nothing. So I don't know what they're going after the guy for. Just release everything and let's move on and make America great again.
Well, there you go. I mean, it just, and listen, Trump was the guy that it was very quiet. Nobody mentioned it during the campaign. Then he started to mention it. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
And, we kind of hold them to it, saying, I'm going to release all these files on day one, day two. Whether you vote for, okay, you said that. And if it was another candidate had said that, I'm expecting you to keep your word.
Yes, absolutely.
That's it. Release them out. Who cares? All those guys that wrote the books, maybe, they can write another book or something and sit there and look at it.
Yeah.
And again, if Clinton didn't get in any trouble, they tried. Who cares what's going on with these? And that was a real bad thing because look at the guy that got caught on the Coldplay video thing.
Oh, that guy, that stooge, yeah.
He was the boss.
Yeah.
He worked for him. We have to get rid of him because the power dynamic. It's not because you're having an affair. They're going after this power dynamic thing. So President Clinton and an intern, he should have been fired right then and there.
Absolutely. You're right. You're right. And
we'll
Jack,
talk tomorrow for football. We got the big kickoff.
All right, brother. We'll talk tomorrow. Yeah, the whole Coldplay thing. Listen. And look, I know people have played around, men on women, women on men, men on men, women on women, people to that Coldplay thing that Jack mentioned. Look, people have played around on their wives and boyfriends and girlfriends and husbands for years. I'm not condoning it. But if you're going to do it, all right, you don't go to a concert. What are you, nuts? You don't go to a concert. All right, maybe if divorce proceedings are still underway and they're trying, no. I mean, anybody I've dated, which hasn't been that many, post my divorce, I made sure they were like done. I don't want to know. Well, we're separated right now. No, not happening. Never mind. No, ma'am. Not going to happen. Wouldn't do it. And be prudent. Imagine old George. How about this? Mark Penn. Remember Mark Penn? He's a columnist now. He does a couple of podcasts. Mark Penn, Penn. He was the Clinton White House pollster. He was the number cruncher for Bill Clinton that Jack and I just talked about, and a policy guy. And it was him and Dick Morris, who's been on this show. Dick, a Connecticut resident, I still believe, listens to the show from time to time, I know. And so obviously this guy's a card-carrying Democrat. And he says in a couple of pieces here that have been making the rounds, and we all know now there's a good part about putting these National Guard troops and maybe other forces and cities. Maybe it does stop the killing. Maybe it makes the bad guys and the bad gals slow down and say, yo, there's a National Guard guy over there with a gun. I'm not going to do this. All right? What does the left always say? Well, if it saves one life. So we all know why Trump is doing this, and I'm sure he has somewhere deep down in his heart. He's got a genuine want, maybe it's because of being praised, I don't know, he's got that complex, but if it stops people from getting killed, whatever. But Mark Penn says the new Harvard-Harris poll shows Donald Trump gaining traction with voters on crime. Folks, what did I tell you? What have I been telling you? The Trump triad. We have the nuclear triad, right? Nuclear warheads in submarines, on the ground, in silos, and in the air with bombers, right? The Trump triad is immigration and migrants. It is crime, and it is social issues, hot-button social issues, anti-Semitism, trans athletes playing against women. So to crime. Mark Penn, co-director of the Harris poll at Harvard University, is talking about their new August survey. Trump's ratings have stabilized this month. I think he began to get traction on crime. He's now shifted the focus from immigration to tariffs, and now a leading national crackdown on crime. Now, listen to this. This is interesting. And I read this over and over again at different authors, different pundits. Think about this. 54% of the people he surveyed for the Harris poll and so the Lou Harris poll, it's been around for decades, and Harvard. So Mark Penn runs this poll. He says 54% approve of the Trump approach using the National Guard in D.C. That's interesting, he says. Now, here's where the rubber meets the road here. Anytime I use the word Trump, it's very hard to get above 50%. If I take his name off the policies, I get 60, 70, 75, even 80% support. For example, locking up criminals who are here illegally. But when you put his name on any of those policies, Mark Penn said, the country is so polarized that Democrats won't concede an inch. Isn't that fascinating? This is Mark Penn, a guy who was big in the Clinton White House, runs a poll connected to Harvard University right now. So if Trump's name is there, it's hard to get above 50% even on crime. Take his name off, he says right here, quote, I get 60, 70, 75, even 80% support. He says, so when he gets 54% approving on crime, I think now that's probably 65%. That means there are people who approve of it but won't say they do if you put Trump's name on the questionnaire. Wow. As he added here, even though Democrats are unhappy with their party, they're not switching votes. That will take a campaign, he said. If the midterms were held today, Mark Penn says, I think Republicans would eke it out, but that depends on how people assess the economy a year from now. So how about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I told you, folks, one of the best political books I ever read, Shattered. Not the Rolling Stones Shattered, not Shadoobie. They got rats on the west side, bed bugs uptown. What a mess this town's in. In that book, Shattered, came out right after the 2016 race. And Hillary Clinton's main pollster, main numbers guy, he sent out an email. And he told her campaign, any number you see for Trump in my polling, add 3 or 4 points. There is a cadre of Trump voter out there who likes him, but there's about 3 or 4 points of people, because he's so polarizing, they won't admit it. And maybe this is the same thing as Mark Penn says all over again. All right, let's put a bow on it. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident reported between the Sikorsky Bridge and Route 8. On 95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on well over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. On the 825 connector southbound, you're jamming going into the 95 splits. No accident reported there. Further ahead on 95, residual delays both directions through Milford, West Haven, and Long Wharf, all stemming from an earlier accident that has been cleared. 84 eastbound side, a long line of cars through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic reporting is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid to upper 50s. A sunny sky tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, early clouds give way to sun with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And we'll keep an eye on this. And by the way, another great day by Mr. Deep Voice Guy. He's good. I got a text earlier from somebody. Thank you. There's a vote in North Haven tonight for speed cameras and more AI law enforcement technology being implemented, which that's usually plate readers. Good, bring it up. Now, I don't live in North Haven. I live a little north in Wallingford. But yeah, folks, this is coming to every city and town, and more spaces on the highway. Heck, I was coming to work here this morning on 91 South before I got to New Haven. Construction zone, orange signs, slow down, men working, and some guy is buzzing past me at about 80 or so, right past some guys mowing. This is why you're getting cameras.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse called today for more transparency.
This is a crime that, by our Justice Department's own admission, has 1,000 victims.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers is also calling on the Justice Department to release all of the files. Republican Thomas Massey.
The Washington establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe that two individuals created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved.
A federal judge in Boston says the Trump administration's cuts in funding to